Chapter 1914. The 20 invitations had attracted the attention of countless people right from the start. Every time the nameless Tao College opened its doors to recruit disciples, there were less than 100 people. These 20 people were the cream of the crop. As long as they didn't die prematurely, they were basically figures who could shake the heavens and the earth. Some of them even managed to prove their Tao in the end. Thus, although the nameless Tao College didn't recruit many people and didn't recruit them frequently, it could be said that they had students all over the world. Moreover, they were all experts. Thus, in the eyes of many, these 20 invitations weren't as simple as just invitations. They also represented a lot of meaning, including who was the strongest. Those who could be invited by the nameless Tao College were practically the strongest in their age group. With this meaning, no one was willing to give up so easily. In the mystic world, almost all the mystic realm prodigies of the various clans were gathered to compete for supremacy in the mystic world and search for the secrets of eternal life. In other worlds, any one of these people would be considered an invincible prodigy. However, in the mystic world, especially in front of the nameless Tao College, they didn't dare say that they would definitely be able to obtain the 20 invitations from the nameless Tao College. Every one of them was either famous or powerful. As the invitations were exposed one by one, the names of these people instantly spread throughout the world. They were originally very famous, but none of them had ever obtained the recognition of the nameless Tao College and made their names known throughout the world like this. As these names were exposed one by one, their deeds also spread throughout the world along with the invitations. Some of them revealed that they had an invitation, while others revealed that they had an invitation. The 20 invitations were spread out one after another. Although many people couldn't accept why they couldn't make it onto the list, they had to admit that these people with invitations were indeed powerful. There were many experts from various clans. Every one of them had an invincible battle record. Many of them claimed that they had never lost a single battle since they started cultivating. There was a tendency for them to seek defeat alone, because they rarely fought with each other, or it could be said that they had never engaged in a life and death battle. There were always rumors about their strengths, but no one could truly confirm it. Among the 20 invitations, there were a few new faces that attracted even more attention. Among the 20 invitations, Jun Dingtian, who had stirred up a storm some time ago, was naturally one of them. He was known as the reincarnation of a deity with unparalleled talent and cultivation base. Such a person would have no obstacles, as long as he continued to awaken the memories of his past life before his cultivation reached a certain level. Therefore, not only did Jun Dingtian have the invitation, but he was also the first to be exposed. Later on, there were rumors that Jun Dingtian had escaped to the Xian World battlefield because of this invitation. Entering the nameless Tao College was the wisest choice in a situation where there was no way to escape to heaven or hell. Due to the unique nature of the nameless Tao College, many powerful legacies in the world were more or less related to the nameless Tao College. To many experts in the mystic world, it was equivalent to a holy land. Who would dare to be presumptuous in the nameless Tao College? Even those old monsters who had been famous for many years did not dare to chase after him after he escaped into the nameless Tao College. There were even many old monsters who came from the nameless Tao College and knew how unfathomable the nameless Tao College was. Who would dare to be presumptuous at this time? With his identity as the reincarnation of a deity and his tyrannical strength, it was very normal for him to get one of the 20 invitations. The only problem was that, relatively speaking, he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Or rather, it was too short a period of time for him to truly amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He was not as glorious as the others. Therefore, some people were more or less dissatisfied with him. As more and more invitations were sent out, more and more geniuses appeared in front of everyone. Some of them received an invitation as expected, but there were also some who didn't. Even if they had been famous for a long time and were incomparably powerful, they still couldn't get an invitation. For For these geniuses who were also ranked as geniuses, not being able to get an invitation was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, many people set their sights on those who had already gotten an invitation. Many of them even went to the nameless Dow College's doorstep to prove their strength. They were the ones who had truly gotten an invitation. Those who had gotten an invitation were not easy to deal with either. All of them were battle-hardened and invincible among their peers. How could they let them get an invitation so easily? Therefore, a lot of attention-grabbing battles broke out immediately. As the 20 invitations were exposed one after another, the matter of the nameless Dow College's invitations should have come to an end. Who knew that a piece of news would instantly cause an uproar in the mysterious world? The nameless Dow College announced to the public that due to the special circumstances, they would be issuing an additional invitation to the 20 invitations. The owner of this invitation was none other than Yi Shiwen, who, like Jun Dingtian, had previously turned the entire mysterious world upside down. Although he wasn't like Jun Dingtian, who had mobilized all the major forces in the mysterious world, he had still turned the Divine Union and those who were related to it upside down. In total, hundreds of profound life realm experts had fallen, while 3 profound death realm experts had died tragically. This had created an irreconcilable enmity between him and the Divine Union. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen had already attracted a lot of attention. When this additional invitation was announced, many people were even more shocked. Who exactly was Yi Shiwen? This was even more shocking than the 20 invitations he had received. It wouldn't have been strange if he had been one of the 20 invitations. Although he hadn't been in the mysterious world for a long time, he had dared to provoke the Divine Union and successfully escaped. This in itself had already established his foundation. However, he had actually made the nameless Dow College issue an additional invitation to the 20 invitations. Who exactly was he? It had to be known that the nameless Dow College had existed for many years and had never issued an additional invitation because of one person. Although it wasn't known if anyone else had been able to do this, it was at least unprecedented. Even the current leader of the Divine Union, who is known as the #1 person in the mysterious world, hadn't enjoyed such treatment. Once this news broke out, Yi Shiwen, who had started to gradually keep a low profile, immediately became a figure in the eye of the storm. Who exactly was he? Why was he able to make the nameless Dow College concede to his existence and issue an additional invitation? What qualifications did he have? In particular, those who had gone through untold hardships to not receive an invitation immediately started to make a ruckus. All of them viewed Yi Shiwen as a thorn in their side. They hadn't even received an invitation yet. When would Yi Shiwen receive a diploma? Why? Those who claimed to be geniuses, or rather, geniuses, had developed a strong interest in Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen had previously attracted the attention of many people, because he had provoked the Divine Union. In the eyes of these geniuses, it was just a ridiculous behavior of a monkey in a mountain without a tiger. Was the Divine Union so easy to offend? They were afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to die at the hands of experts from the Divine Union. However, what really made them raise their eyebrows was the additional invitation from the nameless Dow College. Special reason? What kind of special reason could an additional invitation be issued? None of them had received this special reason. Yet Yi Shiwen had actually received this special treatment. This was even more glaring than the 20 invitation cards. Even those who had received the invitation cards and had been famous for many years had faced many challenges, let alone this additional invitation card. Suddenly, many people flared up. Originally, besides the Divine Union and those who coveted the Divine Union's rewards, not many people really cared about Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. However, because of the announcement of the name list and the appearance of Yi Shiwen's invitation card, he had directly become the focus of the entire mysterious world. Many young geniuses, in order to prove that they weren't weak, started to search for Yi Shiwen one after another. It seemed as if they were determined to find him and defeat him to prove that their strength was truly worthy of this special treatment. Many geniuses openly clamored for Yi Shiwen to come out. They didn't mind letting Yi Shiwen properly understand what it meant to be truly qualified to enter. Slowly, this wave of public opinion began to change under the control of an invisible hand. Some geniuses openly declared that if Yi Shiwen was sensible, he would hand over the invitation card as soon as possible and inform the nameless Tao College that his reputation was undeserved. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind twisting his head off. The words of this foreign race genius immediately resonated with many people. They had long been unhappy with Yi Shiwen. Who the hell was he? How could he actually have an invitation card? This made all of them feel as if they had lost all face. Where could they put their faces? What right did this puny human have? After this person, the public opinion began to tilt in a direction that was disadvantageous to Yi Shiwen. Originally, they had only been discussing Yi Shiwen's qualifications and why he could receive this additional invitation card. However, the tone gradually changed. It seemed as if overnight they were discussing whether Yi Shiwen was overestimating himself or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As for Yi Shiwen, he had only been invited. This matter wasn't something he could decide, so it was also thrown to the back of people's minds. To them, this wasn't important. What was important was that Yi Shiwen had actually dared to accept it, so casually. At the very least, he hadn't come out to reject it. In the eyes of many people, this was already a heinous crime. As this matter fermented, Yi Shiwen's name also appeared more and more in everyone's mouths. Chapter 1915. I heard that someone casually accepted the nameless Tao College's invitation. That seems to be the case. People these days are getting more and more superficial and arrogant. Does he really think that anyone can get this invitation? I heard that he even said that he deserved it and told everyone else to shut up. I heard that he even said that none of the 20 people who received the invitation could compare to him and that the others were nothing to worry about. The rumors were getting more and more ridiculous. Yi Shiwen had initially not made an appearance to explain anything, but as the rumors spread, it became that he was declaring that the others were nothing to worry about. In summary, Yi Shiwen had slowly become someone who overestimated himself. Many people began to question why such a frivolous and overconfident person was qualified to accept the nameless Tao College's invitation. The nameless Tao College couldn't be bothered to explain further in response to such doubts. What a joke! Since when did they need to explain their intentions to the others? There was simply no such possibility. Yi Shiwen didn't seem the slightest bit moved by these rumors. He merely smirked. This was the human heart. There were so many people who had received the invitation. Even if he had received a replacement invitation, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. The fundamental reason was that his foundation was shallow. Although he had slaughtered 3 Divine Union profound Death Realm experts, it was still too shallow for them. It wasn't much at all. Compared to those who had accumulated their strength over time, Yi Shiwen was like a nouveau riche. His past achievements in the ancient barons couldn't possibly be transmitted to the mysterious world. Therefore, to them, Yi Shiwen was no different from a nouveau riche who had appeared out of nowhere. If this had been the ancient barons' continent, how could anyone have such doubts? Everything was natural. Compared to him, although the other 20 people who had received the invitation also had doubts, it wasn't because they didn't have the qualifications to receive it. Many geniuses just wanted to prove that they were more qualified than him. In essence, they were still in the same circle. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who had suddenly appeared and was considered an outsider to them. This was the human heart. Over the years, Luo Yunyang had seen this sort of thing happen many times, so he didn't take these rumors to heart. However, he had offended the Divine Union, so the experts of the Divine Union were constantly hunting him down. The Divine Union had been operating for thousands of years, and their tentacles had already spread to every corner of the mysterious world. It was already very troublesome just to hide from the divine union. In less than a month, he had already been discovered several times. Intense conflicts had erupted between both sides, and each time, a large number of experts from the divine union would arrive via the teleportation array. Yi Shiwen had always ended the battles quickly and didn't dare to stay. Otherwise, he would soon be surrounded by a large number of experts from the divine union. As they knew about Yi Shiwen's battle records, the experts dispatched by the divine union were all profound death realm experts. There was even a pinnacle profound death realm expert who was in charge of chasing after Yi Shiwen. Given his current strength, it was simply impossible for him to defeat a pinnacle profound death realm expert. However, being continuously chased like this had caused him to not have the time to properly settle down and make a breakthrough. This had directly caused his cultivation to stagnate. Over the past month, his cultivation had not broken through at all. In fact, he was still quite a distance away from the peak of the perfect initial profound life stage. This had caused him to be extremely vexed. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before he was crippled due to his lack of progress. There were simply too many geniuses like this throughout history. In the end, they were drowned in the dust of history. During this period of time, he had already fought in many places in the mysterious world, but he was still extremely annoyed. He quickly made a decision. He had to think of a way to get rid of these annoying flies. Just the people from the divine union were enough to make him extremely annoyed. Furthermore, the geniuses who were targeting him all had extremely powerful forces behind them. Land, companionship, technique, and wealth were the four main elements of cultivation, and they were vividly reflected in them. The word land referred to the forces behind them. They were backed by powerful forces. Even though they weren't as tyrannical as the divine union and wouldn't go all out to hunt him down like the divine union, with so many forces intertwined, he really felt as though he couldn't escape. He really felt as though heaven's net was wide, but it wouldn't let him escape. During this period of time, he had already encountered quite a few ambushes. He didn't know where they had discovered his tracks, but they had actually schemed against him and chased after him. If this went on, the divine union wouldn't even need to do anything before he would be crippled. When that happened, he would really become the butt of jokes and be remembered by everyone. Therefore, his original plan to go to the northern part of the mysterious world and look for the ancestors of the primordial human race had to be put aside for now. He thought about it and decided to go to the mysterious world battlefield first. This might be the only place where the forces couldn't extend their tentacles. There were all sorts of cruel battles in the mysterious world battlefield, and there was no way to establish a foothold there, other than the nameless Tao College. Other forces had also sent people there, but no one dared to say that they had established a foothold there. Jun Dingtian entering the mysterious world battlefield to avoid those ferocious enemies was an idea that he could use. When he decided to go to the mysterious world, the storm in the outside world didn't stop. On the contrary, the uproar caused by the opening of the nameless Tao College's mountain was just the beginning. There were only 20 people who had received an invitation, and only Yi Shiwen could receive an additional invitation from the nameless Tao College. Everyone had to admit this, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Apart from these 20 people, there were still 80 real places. These 80 places weren't fixed, and they were all distributed in different corners of the mysterious world battlefield. These 80 places were each represented by 80 tokens. Only by obtaining these tokens from the nameless Tao College could one enter the nameless Tao College to study, just like the other 20 people. These 80 spots were scattered all over the profound world battlefield with no fixed location. According to past experience, they might be in the lair of some terrifying and peerless monster, or they might have stumbled upon them while walking on the side of the road. There were many ways to obtain them. Therefore, many people had already rushed to the mysterious world battlefield. Those geniuses who were unwilling to challenge the 20 people merely wanted to prove that they weren't inferior to anyone else. However, They also understood that the 80 places scattered in the mysterious world battlefield would determine the winner. Now that one had been taken by Yi Shiwen, there were still 79 places left. Compared to these people, the chances of winning were undoubtedly much higher. For a moment, the entire mysterious world battlefield was bustling. Although there were many experts cultivating in the mysterious world battlefield, most of the time only a small number of people would be there. In a situation where more than half of the experts in the mysterious world were gathered, it was only possible when the nameless Tao College opened its mountain gates to recruit disciples. Some of them were aiming for Yi Shiwen, some were aiming for the nameless Tao College's place, and some were aiming for Jun Dingtian. There were many different people, and it was extremely chaotic. After Yi Shiwen spread his demon wings, his speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 days, he had already crossed more than half of the mysterious world. The mysterious world battlefield was located in the center of the entire mysterious world. The Nation of Darkness was located at the edge of the mysterious world. If one wanted to go to the mysterious world battlefield, he would have to cross more than half of the mysterious world. Along the way, Yi Shiwen felt many tyrannical experts lurking around the mysterious world. It didn't take long for him to feel the lurking of a mysterious realm expert. If this was in the ancient desolation, it would be completely unimaginable. In the ancient desolation, any mysterious realm expert was a domineering existence. Each of them could occupy a very large territory. On normal days, it was very likely that they would hide in seclusion and never come into contact with others. It was simply impossible for there to be such a concentrated situation. Only in the mysterious world, where more than half of the mysterious realm experts in the myriad heavens and realms had gathered, would it be possible. 10 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the mysterious world battlefield. When he arrived at the edge of the mysterious world battlefield, he suddenly felt that the entire mysterious world battlefield was like a broken world. Like a mirror, it was broken. In many places, one could see the broken mountains and lofty ridges. They were like pieces of broken mirrors, divided into different worlds. The spatial cracks opened and closed, trying to piece themselves back together, but it was to no avail. In fact, there were still many completely different nomological laws fighting in the void. It seemed like the experts who had fought here many years ago. At this time, no one knew where they were or if they had already perished. However, the nomological laws that splashed out from their fight were still fighting each other until now. One could totally imagine what kind of experts had left behind such terrifying traces. Even the current Yi Shiwen couldn't leave the traces of the laws of battle in the future for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even longer. When he stepped into the mysterious world battlefield, he immediately felt a huge tearing force of laws. In addition to the many unknown laws fighting in the sky, even the originally perfect laws between heaven and earth had been completely disrupted. Some are broken, some are displaced, and some are even completely crushed into powder. As a result, there were countless turbulent currents constantly tearing at his body, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Chapter 1916. Looking from afar, it was simply a scene of desolation. Yi Shiwen's expression remained unchanged. He had created such a scene twice before. The first time was on the Demon Island, where there was a similar scene. The second time was on the battlefield of the deities in the True Force domain, and it was exactly the same. Powerful existences even distorted and fractured the entire battlefield space, making it impossible to recover. He narrowed his eyes, and his body was gradually adapting to this kind of spatial distortion. He could feel that the power of these spatial distortions was enough to make existences below the celestial realm directly explode on the spot. Those who were not strong enough could not survive here, but it did not mean that the stronger the person was, the less it would be affected here. On the contrary, those below the celestial realm could not survive here, but experts above the celestial realm could not survive here either. Because ever since the law manifestation realm condensed their own domain, warriors had already begun to isolate themselves from the world and become one. The so-called fundamental core of eternal life was how to jump out of the three realms and not be in the five elements. As long as one was in the world, one would inevitably be controlled by the power of the world, and birth, aging, illness, and death were the real problems that could not be avoided in the operation of the laws of the world. Hence, becoming independent was the only way. From the law manifestation realm onward, all cultivation was constantly simulating the environment of heaven and earth, and finally transforming the domain into the God's kingdom. In essence, the God's kingdom was already a brand new world. As long as the God did not die, the God's kingdom would be immortal, and the deities who were free from the shackles of the world, unless they encountered an irresistible external force, were also immortal existences. It was precisely because of this that when powerful warriors walked between heaven and earth, it was equivalent to walking between heaven and earth. They were two completely different worlds, and once released, there would be fierce conflicts. If a powerful martial artist went to a low-level world or even some unstable subspace, just by releasing his domain, he could destroy the world. Destroying the world would not be a problem. For the world, any warrior was a heresy, just like a roundworm in the human body. One must do everything possible to eliminate this roundworm. Otherwise, the body might get sick and there would be problems. It was even possible for the roundworm to wreak havoc in the stomach. If this world was a complete and powerful world, it might be able to accommodate these heresies. But if this world itself was already in a mess, then the various laws would severely repel martial artists. Originally, a martial artist could rely on their familiarity and mastery of the laws to avoid conflicts with the world's laws. But if the laws were broken and the laws were in a mess, then the laws they had previously mastered would be useless. As a result, the stronger the cultivator, the greater the rejection of the power of the laws. The more powerful a martial artist was, the more uncomfortable they would feel in this situation. Only if they had proven their Tao and become a god would they be able to rely on their divine kingdom to contend against the laws of heaven and earth. At that time, they would not be affected at all. However, Yi Shiwen's tyrant body was very tyrannical. He could adapt quickly even in this place where the principles were distorted. This kind of tearing force couldn't compare with the cutting force of the real space turbulence. Roar! 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 The roars of many monsters rang in Yi Shiwen's ears. The sounds were extremely mournful and directly transmitted to the depths of his soul. Even with Yi Shiwen's state of mind, he still felt a little creeped out. And what was even more terrifying was that there were actually creatures that could survive in this place where the laws were in a mess. Waves of death chi assaulted his face. Many powerful creatures of the dark element pounced on him at once. A battlefield of mortals could form a terrifying scene that blotted out the sky, not to mention this battlefield where top experts fought. The energy and laws left behind were enough to give birth to many strange and distorted creatures. This was also the most dangerous reason in the profound world battlefield. It was not easy for a celestial realm expert, a king-grade expert, to protect himself. It was enough to make a name for himself if he could escape unscathed. Flap, flap, flap. The sound of huge wings flapping could be heard. Countless flying figures appeared in the sky. Upon a closer look, they were huge, blood-red bats about the size of calves. They had fierce faces and fangs, and a pair of huge fangs could make people break out in cold sweat. They were simply endless. In the sky, there was a boundless, blood-red cloud. In front of the blood-red cloud was a group of warriors. There were humans, other races, and strange creatures. However, before they could run far, they were engulfed by the blood-red cloud. This blood-red cloud was made up of celestial realm monsters. The sight of these blood-red bats made people's scalps go numb. It was as if they were instantly melted by this blood-red cloud. There was no time to digest them. Yi Shiwen's eyesight was excellent, and he could even see these warriors being swallowed whole, including their bones and flesh. The scene looked extremely terrifying, and this blood-red cloud was still rushing towards Yi Shiwen at an extremely fast speed. facing the overwhelming blood-red bats. Yi Shiwen didn't even have time to dodge. Or rather, he didn't even know where to hide because it was really too huge. Looking from afar, it was an endless blood-red cloud. However, Yi Shiwen was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. Kill them! Yi Shiwen directly grabbed a long sword out of thin air. He didn't run away. On the contrary, he directly brandished the long river of swordsmanship. In the void, it was like a giant dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, constantly waving, forming a sky net that enveloped him. He didn't even need to aim and slash. As long as he kept waving, he could continuously blow up the blood-red bats on the spot. All the blood-red bats that were enveloped by the silver light let out a series of screams before turning into a mass of flesh and blood that fell from the sky. All the blood essence and martial power in their bodies were all absorbed by Yi Shiwen's great transformation technique. Although they were only at the celestial realm, which was still far from the massive martial power that Yi Shiwen needed right now, this endless number was the best thing about them. With a swing of his sword, hundreds of blood-red bats were instantly wiped out, clearing up a space. However, compared to the huge blood-red cloud, this little loss was nothing. The space that had just been cleared was rapidly filled up by countless blood-red bats. Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry either. He continuously killed these ferocious blood-red bats while absorbing them in an attempt to break through to the peak of the early stage, profound death realm. It should be known that during this period of time he had been constantly chased by the experts of the Divine Union. He simply hadn't had the time to cultivate, so his cultivation had barely stabilized at his previous realm. That was why he was so anxious. If he didn't think of a way to escape, then the outcome would be very simple. Without the Divine Union doing anything, he would be crippled. If he wanted to stand out in the nameless Tao College, he would have to be even more powerful. If the mysterious world was said to be a gathering of monstrous geniuses from various great worlds, then the hundreds of people in the nameless Tao College would be the monstrous geniuses among the monstrous geniuses. The invitation that the nameless Tao College had specially sent out had also put a lot of pressure on him. Because of this invitation, he had practically been isolated by those monstrous geniuses. Right now, he didn't know how many people were waiting to slap him in the face. Without sufficient strength, he wouldn't even know how he died, let alone establish himself in the nameless Tao College. He had never underestimated the heroes of the world, and he didn't even know how many heroes of the various races were present. However, he was also confident that if anyone wanted to slap him in the face, they would have to be prepared to be slapped until their faces swelled. If anyone wanted to step on him and rise, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. He had never shown the slightest bit of mercy to these fellows who wanted to slap him in the face. Although the strength of these blood-colored bats wasn't very strong, there were enough of them, so Yi Shiwen's strength was increasing at an alarming rate. For others, forcibly digesting this kind of strange power would only be courting death. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. The powerful digestive ability of the gilded tyrant form ensured that he wouldn't directly explode. The longer he fought, the more obvious the advantages of his phoenix regeneration technique became. Even if the strength of an ordinary person was similar to his, they might not even be able to last an hour in this environment that required a lot of power. However, Yi Shiwen could leisurely endure for a few hours or even a few days and nights without batting an eyelid. The consumption of this level of battle couldn't even keep up with the recovery speed of his phoenix regeneration technique, so he naturally didn't feel any pressure. He slowly fought all the way to the depths of the blood cloud. It was as if he was using these blood-colored bats to practice his swordsmanship, because these blood-colored bats weren't very strong, but their numbers were extremely large, so he could slowly comprehend all kinds of martial arts. Not only the swordsmanship, but all kinds of martial arts were at his fingertips. He wanted to deepen his understanding of martial arts to prepare for the condensation of the next martial arts incarnation. The condensation of martial arts incarnation seemed simple, but in fact it could only be condensed when the understanding of martial arts reach the pinnacle. Like Jun Dingtian, he only managed to practice 3,000 swordsmanship by splitting different small paths from the swordsmanship, plus the memory of his previous life. It was simply impossible for him to truly condense 3,000 swordsmanship. Yi Shiwen was the only one who was different. His first avatar was the fist avatar. However, his second avatar didn't intend to divide into smaller avatars from the fist avatar. Instead, he intended to directly condense other martial arts. One could well imagine the difficulty. Therefore, he hadn't succeeded until now. Chapter 1917. However, once he succeeded, he would be many times more powerful than Jun Dingtian's so-called 3,000 sword principles. This was the most difficult path. If Tao validation was already the most difficult thing in the world, then this path would be the most difficult of all the paths leading to Tao validation. However, just like how a rainbow could only be seen after the storm, the most difficult path would lead to the highest peak. This was also why Yimo did not stop him even though he knew about his choice. In Yimo's heart, Tao validation was just a node in the martial arts world. Those who truly wanted to become emperors and rule over the world would have to walk the most difficult path and see the scenery that ordinary people could not see. Yi Shiwen did not know how long he had been fighting. 2 hours? For hours? 1 day? 2 days? For 10 days? He was constantly immersed in his own sword principle. Slowly, he began to abandon other martial arts. He had decided to condense a sword principle incarnation for his second martial arts incarnation. Therefore, he had to focus on sword principle. Once he condensed a sword principle incarnation, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. At that time, even if he were to fight with a profound death realm expert, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. This was the power of a martial arts incarnation. Yi Shiwen's crazy killing had also caused the blood-colored bats that were flying everywhere to stop. These blood-colored bats seemed to have been completely infuriated by him, and then began to attack him in a frenzy. At this moment, there was a violent fluctuation in the void. 2 figures tore the space apart and appeared here. It was a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old and was extraordinarily handsome. However, at this time his clothes were a little torn and he looked a little embarrassed. The woman beside him looked a little younger, about 25 or 26 years old. She looked sweet, but she also looked a little embarrassed. Senior brother Tian Songzi, I told you. It's so dangerous to enter the Xian world battlefield. How dare you open the teleportation formation? We were almost torn apart by the power of space just now. The woman pouted and looked at the senior brother beside her with dissatisfaction. With a wave of her hand, there was a flash of golden light. She had already changed into a new set of clothes, and her entire appearance had been tidied up. For a girl, even if she had already become a powerful martial artist, her natural love for beauty had never stopped. But junior sister Emo Shui, that lava overlord just now, was simply too powerful. Heavens, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful monster in the sealed world battlefield. We were so close to being captured. In that situation, if we hadn't chosen to teleport out, I'm afraid we would all have died. Tian Song Zi said awkwardly. He couldn't help but shudder at the mention of the lava overlord. There's nothing strange about this. The sealed world battlefield is the most central location of the sealed world. Master once said that there used to be unknown experts fighting in the sealed world battlefield. Later, more experts came one after another and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, resulting in such an environment. In addition to this lava plain, there are probably other planes. It is said that they are fragments of the sealed world that have been shattered and cannot be restored, resulting in the formation of these subplanes. Emo Shui thought about it and agreed. The situation just now was too urgent. If they hadn't chosen to teleport out, they would only have been waiting for death. If they were in other places, they wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. However, in the sealed world battlefield, the space was extremely unstable. Teleporting out casually was tantamount to death, not to mention the terrifying tearing of space. If they were to randomly teleport to an unknown place, wouldn't they be finished if they barged into the lair of an old monster? They would immediately be torn to pieces by the enraged old monster. This was already senior brother Tian Song Zi's unimaginable talent in the Tao of formations. If it was an ordinary person, it would be even worse. What should we do? How can we meet up with the others? We don't even know where they are now. Mo Shui said anxiously. They had come together to search for the nameless Tao College's entry token. Although many top experts and geniuses had snuck in, it didn't mean that they didn't have a chance. In previous years, there had been no lack of lucky people who had picked up the entry token and entered the nameless Tao College. According to the experts of the nameless Tao College, luck was also a part of one's strength. Sometimes, good luck could save one's life. Therefore, the nameless Tao College didn't forbid such people from entering. Or rather, they didn't care how they obtained the token. As long as they obtained the token, they could enter the nameless Tao College. Once one was admitted into the nameless Tao Academy, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change, and one would quickly become a pillar of the mystic world. Such situations were not rare in the past, and could even be said to be a common occurrence. Therefore, although there were only 100 spots, the number of people searching for it in the sealed world battlefield was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more. Even the old monsters of many sects were also searching for it. After finding it, they would hand it over to their juniors. Influence was also a form of strength. The nameless Tao College didn't forbid such a situation. Although they were only here to try their luck, it was still better than nothing. What's that? Suddenly, Tian Song Zi realized that in the sky, there were endless blood-colored clouds moving frantically towards them. Soon, they realized that those weren't blood-colored clouds at all. They were clearly countless blood-colored bats the size of calves that were flying towards them. Oh my God, it's the heaven-devouring bats. How can it be them? Mo Shui immediately recognized the species of these ferocious bats with fierce faces and fangs. In the profound world battlefield, there were countless dangers. However, the ones that could truly make people's expressions change were those old monsters that lurked in the depths, such as existences like the lava overlord. The heaven-devouring bat was one of them. These ferocious creatures weren't very strong individually, but their numbers were endless. It was unknown if there were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of them. They were enough to drown everything. They were like locusts that constantly patrolled the profound world battlefield. Anything that could be eaten would be eaten by them. Wherever they passed, no life would exist. Not to mention profound life realm experts. Even profound death realm experts would die if they were not careful and were surrounded by them. Peak profound death realm experts would immediately turn around and flee upon seeing them. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them, but they were afraid of being exhausted to death. Furthermore, these beasts were extremely vengeful. Once one of them was killed, they would be chased endlessly by them. It would be impossible to escape. Therefore, the best way was not to provoke them. This was also what their masters had repeatedly warned them before they entered the sealed world battlefield. They must not provoke the creatures, and the heaven-devouring bats were among the top 10. However, although these heaven-devouring bats were terrifying, as long as they discovered them in advance, they would be able to avoid them. Once they moved, they would cover the sky and cover the earth. They were very easy to identify, and there was no need to worry about not being discovered in advance. Therefore, unless one was extremely unlucky and bumped into one of them, those who were a bit faster would generally be able to escape. Unfortunately for them, they were unlucky and happened to be teleported over. Then they were stuck in the same place. This was a race that was not inferior to the lava overlord. To Mo Shui, they were even more terrifying than the lava overlord. If they died in the hands of the lava overlord, they would at most be burnt to ashes. However, if they died in the hands of these heaven-devouring bats, they would very likely be swallowed whole, and their bones would be crushed. Thinking of these consequences, she couldn't help but have a layer of goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver, and a chill ran down her spine. **CK, our luck is really terrible. First, we accidentally barged into the nest of the lava overlord. Then we were teleported into the heaven-devouring bats. Tiansong Z was about to cry himself blind, and his face was distorted. Senior brother Tiansong Z, this is the second time. Tell me, can I still believe that you have an invincible teleportation array? The first time you teleported to the nest of the lava overlord, and the second time you teleported to the midst of the heaven-devouring bats? Tell me, can we still play? Can we still be companions? Emo Shui roared in anger. How did her master divide them into groups? How did she end up in the same group as this unreliable senior brother? More importantly, how could she have blindly believed in Tiansong Z's strength and skills? How could she have stepped onto the road of no return? If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have been better off just flying. At first, Tiansong Z had proudly said that he could use the teleportation array to teleport the two of them into the sealed world battlefield in advance. From the looks of it now, being in the lead was King Hell. It was the lead, but it was the same as courting death. Junior sister, that's not the point. Tiansong Z endured the awkwardness and said seriously, if that's not the point, then what is the point? Mo Shui continued to roar. At this time, it was as if 100,000 grass mud horses were galloping through her heart. The point is, how are we going to deal with these heaven-devouring bats? A silver light flashed in Tiansong Z's hand, and a silver longsword appeared. He brandished it and killed all the heaven-devouring bats, interweaving them into a heavenly net. Fortunately, the individual strength of these heaven-devouring bats was not very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the two of them to escape. At least they could hold on for a while. Mo Shui rolled her eyes. If not for the fact that they were facing a great enemy, she really had the urge to bite him to death. What kind of rhythm was this? She was really unlucky. Although she kept complaining, she did not dare to stop. The pair of iron and silver hooks in her hands danced in the air, constantly writing the word kill in the sky. Every kill word blew up a group of heaven-devouring bats. Chapter 1918. Although they were chased all over the place by the lava lord and were trapped in the midst of the heaven-devouring bats, it did not mean that they were weak. In fact, they were not weak. The strength of the late profound life realm could not be considered weak even in the Xian world, which was full of experts. It was just that these two were the oddities in their sect. Tiansong Z was obsessed with the study of formations and claimed to be very powerful in this area. According to his master, if he had not been distracted by the study of formations, he might have been able to advance further. The other was immersed in calligraphy and painting. If it was not for an accident that allowed him to obtain the inheritance of an ancient calligraphy saint, his cultivation would have been in a miserable state. But even so, the two of them still managed to cultivate to the peak of the profound life realm. Even among the many geniuses, they were still somewhat famous. Of course, he couldn't catch up with Jun Dingtian, Yishiwen, and the others. In just a short period of time, they could make a name for themselves in the Xian world. However, such people were rare. Normal people would accumulate fame slowly and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat for them. It was just wishful thinking. Tiansong Z brandished sword beams one after another as he retreated to Mo Shui's side. Although combat was not his forte, with his strength at the late stage of the profound life stage, it would be extremely difficult for these heaven-devouring bats at the heaven tier to threaten him. Even if there were profound life realm existences among the heaven-devouring bats, they could not threaten them in a short period of time. However, the most terrifying thing about the heaven-devouring bats was their endless numbers and their unrelenting nature. It could be said that as long as they targeted someone, almost no one could escape. Either they were too strong, or they could discover them in advance and avoid them. Unfortunately, neither of them belonged to this category. Junior sister Emo Shui, you hold them off for a while. I will set up a formation to stop them. We can only hold on for a while. Then I will release a distress signal. I hope that when they arrive, we will not have become a pile of bones. Tiansong Zi said awkwardly. 2 teleportations had gone wrong. Even someone as thick-skinned as him did not dare to brag about how strong he was in the field of formations. However, he also felt aggrieved. This couldn't be blamed on him. Who could have known that he would be teleported to the center of the lava overlord and the heaven-devouring bats? These were all extremely rare occurrences. It could even be said that there might not even be one in 100,000 occurrences, yet he had encountered both of them. At this time, it was simply impossible to teleport again. The premise of tearing space was that the opponent had not sealed the space, which warrior who had cultivated to this level didn't have no understanding of space. Sealing space was almost an instinct. As for the lava overlord, it didn't care about them at all and didn't seal the space, allowing them to escape. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to escape in the middle of a battle. As for these heaven-devouring bats, they had already surrounded the space around them. It was impossible for them to tear the space apart and escape. Therefore, they could only persevere until the people from their sect received the news and came to save them. This was the only way. If we fail, then we won't be a pile of bones anymore. We won't even have bones left. Emo Shui coldly glanced at Tiansong Zi and said. His tone was overflowing with killing intent, which made Tiansong Zi's body tense up. He almost made a mistake and let the heaven-devouring bats enter. However, although Emo Shui said it, she didn't hesitate. She took a step forward, and the golden pen in her hand continuously wrote characters, bombarding the approaching heaven-devouring bats, not letting them get close. She also knew that she couldn't be petty at this time. Otherwise, not only would senior brother Tiansong Zi die, she would also be no exception. She didn't think that these heaven-devouring bats, which were no different from beasts, would let her go just because she was beautiful. Heaven was fair. These heaven-devouring bats were endless, but their intelligence wasn't high. Except for a few mutants, most of them didn't have any intelligence and didn't know how to cultivate. They fought based on their instincts. After they were born, they would quickly reach the heaven realm. However, it was difficult for them to break into the profound life realm. Otherwise, the entire profound world battlefield would be ruled by them. Their numbers were endless, they had intelligence, and they could cultivate. They were simply invincible. Senior brother Tiansong Zi, listen to me carefully. This young lady is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. I don't want to die here. If the formation is really broken, there is no need for these heaven-devouring bats to attack. I will kill you first. Even if you want to die, you must die before me. Emo Shui clenched her teeth and said, Yes, yes. Tiansong Zi couldn't help but apologize again and again. He felt a chill running down his spine. Emo Shui would definitely do what she said. This was something he absolutely believed in. However, Emo Shui didn't need to say this. He also didn't want these heaven-devouring bats to break the formation. After saying that, he didn't have the slightest hesitation and started to arrange the formation. For him, who knew how many years he had been immersed in formations, it could be said that he was very familiar with it. Very soon, a complete formation was arranged. The whole formation had just been arranged and started to operate. Immediately, the power of rules was formed and condensed into a light screen, protecting them inside. These heaven-devouring bats rushed over and directly crashed into the light screen. In an instant, they shrieked and were disintegrated. At this time, Emo Shui reluctantly heaved a sigh of relief. The tip of her nose was already densely covered in sweat. In just a short while, she had already consumed a small part of her strength. Although these heaven-devouring bats weren't strong, their numbers were outrageous. In the sky and on the ground, they were densely packed and everywhere. In order to buy enough time for Tiansongzi, she had no choice but to continuously attack with a large area of effect. Only then did she barely manage to suppress the heaven-devouring bats that were rushing in. Therefore, it didn't take long for her to consume a small part of her strength. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before her strength was exhausted. In the end, she would be devoured by these heaven-devouring bats until not even her bones were left. These heaven-devouring bats were known to be able to bite a hole in the sky, let alone a human. When Tiansongzi finished arranging the formation, the two of them reluctantly heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them quickly used this time to recover their strength. However, by the time they recovered their strength, although the interval was very short, the light screen of the formation had already cracked. Although these heaven-devouring bats didn't come in, they continued to attack, and the entire formation was on the verge of collapse. It seemed like it could break at any time. Tiansongzi hurriedly continued to maintain and strengthen the formation. He continuously crushed spirit crystals, and a vast amount of spirit chi was directly replenished into the formation, maintaining the formation from being broken. The two of them didn't look good. How could they not know that the spirit stones and spirit crystals that they had brought with them were all used up? The result was unimaginable. It was only a matter of time before the formation was broken. Therefore, at this time, they could only pray that the people from their sect would arrive before that and save them. Although it was impossible to fight against the heaven-devouring bats, it was still very possible to save them. Bang! 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 The loud sound of these heaven-devouring bats hitting the light screen kept ringing in their ears. Every hit was like a heavy blow falling on the hearts of the two of them. They didn't dare to imagine it. Every time they attacked, their faces turned pale. No one would want to die. No matter how much they said before that they were unafraid of death, they couldn't help but be afraid when they were really facing death. This was human nature. These warriors were no exception, not to mention these two, who were known as the weirdos since they started practicing martial arts. The two of them could come together to a large extent because there weren't many people in the sect who were willing to team up with them. In the end, they could only team up by themselves. Something is wrong. Junior sister, look, these heaven-devouring bats are constantly decreasing. It doesn't seem to be increasing. Soon, Tiansongzi discovered something strange. At first, Emo Shui thought that Tiansongzi was comforting her, but seeing him insist, she also carefully observed. Sure enough, although these heaven-devouring bats seemed endless, at least they didn't continue to increase. In other words, there were only a few heaven-devouring bats surrounding them, and there weren't any more heaven-devouring bats joining in. Suddenly, she felt strange. Although they had killed many heaven-devouring bats, this heaven-devouring bat group was too huge. They had killed hundreds of heaven-devouring bats, but it was just a drop in the ocean. With the heaven-devouring bats' character, how could they give up on dealing with them? As for leaving to look for food, it was simply impossible. Was there any better food than them? What's going on? Emo Shui asked in a strange tone. At this time, Tiansongzi spread out his divine sense. Because the divine sense would be swallowed by these heaven-devouring bats, it was very difficult to spread out his divine sense, but he still spread it out. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. All of a sudden he shrieked. Impossible! How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen an incredible monster. Senior brother, what's the matter? Emo Shui asked. I'll release it for you to see. Tiansongzi grabbed and casually pulled out a formation. On the formation, there was a virtual projection showing the scene of a place. This place was also filled with endless heaven-devouring bats, and they were besieging a green-robed man. This green-robed man looked about 25 or 26 years old, but at this time this young man was sitting cross-legged in the void, eyes closed, and countless heaven-devouring bats tried to rush to his side, but it was useless. His whole body was spitting out sword chi, forming a heavenly net of sword chi. Countless heaven-devouring bats were killed before they could get close to him, and then their blood was absorbed by him. This cycle repeated endlessly, and unexpectedly, he was defending the area by himself. Damn, it can't be. How did he do it? Emo Shue's beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 1919. Just now, she had also experienced a bloody battle. Of course, she knew how to fight in such a situation where there were endless enemies. If it was her, she would also be able to isolate all the heaven-devouring bats. However, that was only for a short period of time. After a long time, the consumption of power would not be able to keep up with the replenishment. Even if there were elixirs, there would be a day when the elixirs would be used up. At that time, it would be the time of death. However, the man in front of her was like a perpetual motion machine that would never stop replenishing. He constantly spat out a huge amount of real yuan, which turned into sword chi and flew out. It was simply endless. It was as if he was competing to see who had more heaven-devouring bats. It was simply unbelievable. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. He couldn't have just entered, right? If he continues to exhaust himself like this, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Even a profound death stage expert wouldn't be able to withstand such an exhaustion. Emo Shue opened her mouth and said, she still found a reason that was more acceptable to others. Tian Song Zi only smiled bitterly and did not say anything. From the beginning until now, the green-robed man did not show any signs of weakening. It seemed that his real yuan could maintain this intensity for a very long time. Time passed by. For Tian Song Zi and Emo Shue, these days were too hard to bear. It was as if a day was passing like a year. It should be said that every second was like a year. Every minute and every second was torture. They were practically counting the seconds. However, the man in front of them was still the same. It was as if he had existed since ancient times. He did not move at all. However, the sword chi that was constantly spat out from the surface of his body showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was continuously increasing. Damn, he is actually cultivating. Tian Song Zi suddenly opened his mouth and said, it can't be? How is this possible? Emo Shue said in disbelief. They were also enduring the attacks of the heaven-devouring bats. Moreover, the intensity of the heaven-devouring bats' attacks was far from the green-robed man's side. They already felt that it was so difficult to bear, let alone the green-robed man. Truth be told, she also could not sense the strength of the azure-robed man. Although the azure-robed man's sword chi filled the sky, his control of it was perfect. There was no wastage at all. Every time he slashed the heaven-devouring bat, there was not the slightest bit of power spilling out. He had already controlled his power to an exquisite degree. This was something she couldn't do at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, she could still do it, but when enemies were everywhere, she couldn't control it. This was also the main reason why her power was being consumed so quickly. This person was a freak, a complete freak. Just like a robot, it wouldn't make any mistakes. Kara! 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 Cracks had already started to appear on the light screen of the spirit array. Moreover, the cracks were gradually expanding. Tian Song Zi was starting to get anxious. The spirit crystals that he had on him were not enough to replenish the spirit array. Under the crazy attacks of the heaven-devouring bats, the consumption of the spirit array was astonishing. He was not a very rich person, so he could not keep it up forever. Moreover, the reinforcements from the sect were still far away. If this continued, sooner or later, the spirit array would be broken and they would die tragically. How about this? I see that that person also looks like a human, and we are also from the human race. If we go to his side, we might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we will definitely die today. Emo Shue gritted her teeth and said, how about this? If he also treats us as enemies and attacks us together, then we will definitely die, Tian Song Zi said with some hesitation. Otherwise, we will also die here. It's better to fight. If the spirit array is broken, I'm afraid we won't even have the strength to go over. Mo Shui gritted her teeth and said. At this time, she had no other choice but to believe in her fellow human. In other worlds dominated by the human race, this feeling might not be too strong. However, in the Xian world, which was a hodgepodge of thousands of races, the feeling of meeting a human race, especially an expert, was no different from meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. The same blood flowing in their bodies called for them to approach each other. All right, let's fight. Tian Song Zi also gritted his teeth and said. At this time, the reinforcements from the sect were still far away. They also had no other choice. Since they had already decided, they didn't hesitate anymore. They controlled the spirit array and approached the direction of the green-robed man. However, they soon encountered resistance because they discovered that the number of heaven-devouring bats was getting denser and denser the closer they got to Yishuan. Moreover, the quality of the heaven-devouring bats was also getting higher and higher. Heaven-devouring bats of profound life realm began to appear unceasingly, making it difficult for both of them to deal with them. At this time, they finally understood why the number of heaven-devouring bats besieging them didn't increase. It turned out that more than half of the heaven-devouring bats were besieging the green-robed man. Compared to the attacks of the green-robed man, their attacks were simply insignificant. If it was said that cracks had started to appear in the spirit array, then as they got closer to the green-robed man, more and more powerful heaven-devouring bats attacked them. All kinds of magical powers directly bombarded them, causing the cracks on their spirit array to rapidly expand, just like the shattering of tempered glass. This made them anxious. They could have persevered for a while if this continued. But now they couldn't even persevere for a while. Moreover, they couldn't advance even an inch. There were too many heaven-devouring bats in front of them. Heaven-devouring bats the size of calves blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Tian Song Zi's face tensed up. He took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said, Senior human race, I am Tian Song Zi. This is my junior sister, Mo Shui. Both of us have accidentally intruded into this flock of heaven-devouring bats. I hope that Senior can save us for the sake of our fellow human race. Senior, please save us. Mo Shui also stepped forward and said. She also understood that the green-robed man was their only hope of survival. She didn't know his age, but the senior was the teacher. His cultivation was higher than theirs. So, it wasn't a big deal to address him as a senior. Bang! The entire spirit array's defense instantly shattered as soon as he finished speaking. Countless heaven-devouring bats pounced down like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood. At this critical moment, a giant finger pressed down from the sky, directly exploding in the void. Countless heaven-devouring bats turned into ashes on the spot. They didn't even have the time to scream before they were blasted into a bloody mist. Then they were grabbed by a giant hand. Instantly, the area within a radius of 12 miles was completely emptied. The two of them were a little dumbfounded. Tyrannical. What was tyrannical? This was tyrannical. All the heaven-devouring bats within a radius of 12 miles were annihilated. It was like a miracle. Previously, they only felt that he was very strong. However, they didn't know exactly how strong he was. Now, they completely understood that this man was very strong. Moreover, he was ridiculously strong. He can't be at the profound death stage, right? Tian Song Zi felt that he was even stuttering. He never imagined that he would encounter a profound death stage expert. It wasn't easy to see such an existence on a normal day, although they were both at the profound death stage. If the profound life stage was considered an expert in the Xian world, then the profound death stage was considered a super expert. The number of profound death stage experts might not even be 1/10 of the number of profound life stage experts, not to mention ordinary people. Even profound life stage experts like them found it difficult to meet experts who weren't from their own sex or forces. However, they quickly reacted. How could they not know that it was this green-robed man who had saved them? "Thank you for saving us, Senior. Thank you for saving us." At this moment, the two of them immediately expressed their gratitude and began to move closer to Yishuin. Originally, he couldn't see it clearly from afar, but now he could clearly see the bulging true yuan on the green-robed man's body. It was surging out endlessly, turning into sword chi and flying out. It was simply unbelievable. How thick and vigorous must this true yuan be to make it possible? The two of them compared themselves. This true yuan must be at least 10 times stronger than them. No, it must be 100 times stronger. However, was there really someone in this world that was 100 times stronger than them? Were profound death stage experts really that strong? From time to time, they could even hear the crisp cry of a phoenix. After that, if they were to pay attention, they could even feel that this senior's cultivation was continuously increasing. Furthermore, it was gradually becoming stronger. At this moment, the two of them finally understood why this green-robed man didn't leave even though it seemed like he could leave at any time. He was actually using these heaven-devouring bats to cultivate. When they thought of this idea, they felt that they must be crazy. Just thinking about this idea was extremely crazy. Moreover, putting this crazy idea into practice was simply impossible. If they weren't crazy, then the green-robed man in front of them was crazy. However, they were very clear-headed. Moreover, this green-robed man didn't seem like a lunatic. He must have some kind of backing. However, they were completely unaware of this backing. Roar! Suddenly, an incomparably loud roar resounded. In the void, an incomparably huge black shadow pounced down. At this moment, the heaven-devouring Bat King that was hiding among the heaven-devouring bats finally couldn't stand Yishuin slaughtering its own people so easily. It wanted to take action. This human was simply too arrogant. Boom! It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. A terrifying torrent of energy blasted out from its mouth. It was majestic and mighty as it blasted towards Yishuin. "Senior, be careful!" Chapter 1920. "Senior, be careful!" Mo Shui hurriedly warned. However, it was too late. The heaven-devouring Bat King had already pounced down. It was as fast as lightning, directly following the energy torrent. At this critical moment, a huge picture scroll of yin-yang fish suddenly appeared above Yishuin's head, protecting him within it. Rumble! A loud explosion sound was heard, and the torrent of energy suddenly bombarded the scroll. It set off stormy waves, and the energy storm swept out in circles. The two people next to Yishuin felt as if they couldn't stand still, and were about to be blown away. They were incomparably shocked. This was definitely not something that a profound life stage could do. This was definitely at the level of the profound death stage. While they were still in shock, they suddenly saw an incomparably huge figure pouncing down towards the man. A pair of sharp claws slashed down on the spot. However, the following scene caused them to be even more dumbfounded. They saw countless sword chi suddenly spew out from the top of the man's head. These sword chi condensed into a huge long sword in midair and suddenly slashed down. Puchi! The heaven-devouring Bat King, which originally looked extremely ferocious at the profound death stage, was actually killed by a single slash. It was directly split into 2 halves on the spot. Its corpse was grabbed by a huge hand, and with a loud bang it exploded. It turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and was absorbed into Yishuin's body. Yishuin's aura and cultivation, which had originally been rising continuously, instantly rose to the peak after absorbing the essence blood of the heaven-devouring Bat King. It would not increase by even a little bit. Flap, flap, flap. These heaven-devouring bats could not wait any longer when their king was slashed into 2 by Yishuin's sword. They flew away one after another. They came quickly and left quickly as well. In a short while, the bloody cloud had already disappeared without a trace. Although the majority of them were like ordinary beasts and did not possess very high intelligence, there were still a few heaven-devouring bats that were able to step into the profound life stage by chance. They all possessed the intelligence of an intelligent life form, although they were extremely vengeful and would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. They still had to look at the situation. How could they not see that the man before them was simply terrifying like a demon god? Even their king was killed in a single slash. If this continued, they would definitely not retreat if there was still a possibility of killing him. However, even if there was no possibility of killing him, they could only retreat. Tian Song-zi and Emo Shui could only stare at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Those vengeful animals did not continue to take revenge and actually ran away. This was unprecedented. At least, they had never seen or heard of such a thing before. How powerful must he be for them to be willing to let go of their vengeance and leave? This can't be real. It's too fake. Emo Shui couldn't help but say, originally, they thought that they would have to stay by this man's side until the reinforcements from their sects arrived. Who would have thought that they wouldn't even need to wait until then? These heaven-devouring bats were already scared away by this man. If not for the fact that they had witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have probably said that it was fake and could not believe it at all. Tian Song-zi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. From today onwards, if someone told him that the heaven-devouring bat was one of the top 10 ferocious creatures, who would he be angry with? Ferocious fur? Didn't you see that there was an even more ferocious existence here that could actually force the vengeful heaven-devouring bat away? One could only imagine how terrifying it was. In reality, experts at the profound death stage and above were not too afraid of the heaven-devouring bats. As long as they were not surrounded on the spot, it would not be a problem for them to escape. However, if they were to be surrounded, it was likely that they would die. This was because there was only one possibility after one's true yuan was exhausted. However, this man was able to force these beasts away. Just how powerful was he? If this battle was known by the outside world, it would probably become a new legend. He was not a legendary figure that could kill all the heaven-devouring bats with a single sword strike. If that was the case, even if they were shocked, it would not be to such an extent. It was not that such a figure did not exist. However, to be able to force the heaven-devouring bats away without reaching such a level of strength, he was probably the only one in the world. Many names popped up in his mind all of a sudden. There weren't many people in the human race who possessed such strength. However, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find anyone who could match the description of the human race. Hearing Emo Shui's words, Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. He felt that it was a pity. After killing the heaven-devouring Bat King, his cultivation had soared to the peak of the early profound death stage. He had truly climbed to the peak. Now he was constantly pouring the excess power into his fist incarnation. However, he did not have the time to condense the second sword incarnation. Otherwise, his strength would have made a huge breakthrough. At that time, he would even dare to fight against an existence at the intermediate profound death stage. However, it was a pity that these heaven-devouring bats had actually run away. They were not as vengeful and unyielding as the legend said. However, he had completely neglected the fact that he had killed an unknown number of heaven-devouring bats in this short period of time, causing the vitality of the entire tribe to be damaged. Even so, he had gained a lot. He had stepped into the peak of the early profound death stage in one go. His fist incarnation had also successfully stepped into the peak of the early profound death stage. Most importantly, his sword incarnation had made some progress. During this period of time, he had only honed his sword art. His understanding of the sword art had made a new improvement. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, figures suddenly traversed across the vast sky and arrived. It was a group of around a dozen young men and women. They did not appear to be very old. However, Every single one of them had the aura of the profound life stage on their bodies. Other than Yi Shiwen and a few other monsters, they could already be considered as the elites of the various sections. Their leader was not a human, but a huge white tiger. It was about the height of a human and 6 to 7 meters long. There was a single horn on the top of its head, and its entire body glowed with a golden light. Under the sunlight, the white tiger looked majestic. Moreover, the aura of these young men and women did not seem to be that of humans. Although they all looked like humans, they were clearly not humans. Some even had wings on their backs, and some were gray in color, as if they were made of steel. No one knew how many worlds there were in the universe. Every world's environment was completely different, so the life forms produced were also completely different. Senior brother. Seeing this white tiger, Tian Songzi and Emo Shui had no choice but to bow their heads and salute. It seemed as if they were quite afraid of this white tiger. It was obvious that this white tiger was quite powerful in their sect. That white tiger glanced at the pair of brother and sister, then said in a cold voice, "Tian Songzi, didn't you say that there were heaven-devouring bats here? Why are they all gone now?" Reporting to senior brother, "Those heaven-devouring bats have retreated," Emo Shui said with a somewhat excited expression on his face. It was obvious that he still hadn't recovered from the excitement of Yi Shiwen killing the heaven-devouring Bat King. "Are you kidding me?" That white tiger coldly glanced at Emo Shui and said. Its sharp fangs appeared even more terrifying under the sunlight. "Heaven-devouring bats are extremely vengeful. The heaven-devouring bats are extremely vengeful. If they don't accomplish their goal, they will definitely not rest until they die. If you said that there was an expert who exterminated them, then that's fine. But you actually said that they retreated? How is that possible? I can see that you're all very bold now. You actually dared to lie to me. Do you know the consequences of lying to me?" That white tiger looked at Emo Shui and said, "An extremely powerful coercion directly crushed down on them." It was obvious that it didn't believe Emo Shui's words. He only believed in his own judgment and only believed in what he knew. Tian Songzi couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, let alone this white tiger. Even they wouldn't believe such a thing if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. These heaven-devouring bats had retreated because they were afraid of one person. Reporting to senior brother, "We really didn't lie." Emo Shui couldn't help but become anxious. "Senior brother, if you don't believe me, look, there are still corpses of heaven-devouring bats on the ground." At this time, Emo Shui took a look and discovered that although there were many corpses of heaven-devouring bats on the ground, there weren't too many of them. Moreover, they were the ones that had died in their hands. As for those that had died in the hands of the green-robed man, Emo Shui finally realized that there weren't any corpses left. All the heaven-devouring bats had been killed on the spot. Even their blood essence had been sucked away. This was much more difficult than simply killing heaven-devouring bats. Moreover, not a single one was left. Now that he thought about it, it was extremely terrifying. However, this matter which originally made people vigilant, at this time, in the eyes of that white tiger, it was clearly teasing him. It was simply abominable. "You still dare to say that you didn't lie? Just by looking at these corpses of heaven-devouring bats, you want me to believe that you have encountered a large number of heaven-devouring bats? Are you trying to bully me because I don't know how to count? Currently, I still lack 2 human race slaves. Do you really want to become my slaves? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Master dotes on you. If you really anger me, so what if I really turn you into my slaves? Will Master punish me because of this? At the end of the day, you are just lowly and ordinary humans. Do you really want to be compared with us?" The white tiger reprimanded without any trace of politeness. The powerful aura that belonged to the peak of the profound life realm pressed down without any trace of politeness. It seemed as if it wanted to force the two to kneel down. Chapter 19:21. Hearing the white tiger's words, both of their faces turned red. This was a blatant racial discrimination and had been unceremoniously brought up in front of them. From the start, the white tiger simply didn't take them seriously. In fact, in its heart, it didn't even consider them as a threat. Behind the white tiger, the experts of various clans laughed one after another, clearly in line with the white tiger's words. "What do you say? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will accept you as my slaves," the white tiger said in an overbearing manner, forcing the two of them to kneel down and constantly increasing its imposing aura. Tian Songzi and Mo Shui were struggling to resist, but they didn't dare to let go of the white tiger's imposing aura. Otherwise, they would have already knelt down by now. In the face of such a peerless senior brother, they simply had no way to deal with him. Usually, they would have conflicts with these senior brothers. Although they were from the same school, they belonged to different clans. They also didn't have the special physique of the human race, which was enough to be compared with those powerful clans. However, this white tiger had a mysterious origin and was very tyrannical. An ordinary person simply couldn't resist it. Moreover, they knew very well that even though their master valued the two of them, he valued this white tiger even more. If they had to make a choice, they would be abandoned in an instant, not to mention becoming slaves. Even if they were killed, their master wouldn't be able to say anything about it. "Senior brother, we really didn't lie." At this time, Mo Shui was very anxious. If this white tiger really found a reason, they might really become slaves. At the thought of this white tiger and those human slaves, they couldn't help but shudder. Those heaven-devouring bats were really scared away by this senior. Mo Shui quickly said, "You are getting more and more courageous. Do you really think I don't know? This human is at most at the profound life realm, and you actually said that he scared away those heaven-devouring bats? Are you kidding me?" The white tiger glanced at Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Shiwen, who had restrained his aura, seemed to be at most at the early profound life realm. In the profound world battlefield, such a cultivator was extremely common. For such a person to actually be able to scare away the heaven-devouring bat, it was simply a joke. Moreover, he was already dissatisfied with these two humans. They were just lowly bloodlines, yet they dared to stand side by side with him. Normally, his master would also look down on these two humans. "I think you guys won't shed tears until you see the coffin, humph." The white tiger coldly harumphed. Suddenly, Tian Songzi and Mo Shui felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow. Their bodies suffered heavy injuries, and they could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, their bodies fell to the ground, unable to get up. "Ha ha, big brother, well done. Look at their lowly appearance. Humans should be like this, lying on the ground like dogs. Not to mention, they are just ordinary bloodlines in the human race. How can they be compared with our royal bloodlines? If it wasn't for the master's pampering, how could they be so insolent?" A woman with a pair of wings on her back said with an enchanting smile, "That's right, these people are really insolent. That's right, these people are really arrogant. Eldest brother, you came to save them because of your friendship with them. Who would have thought that they would dare to trick you and give you false information? This is simply unforgivable. When the time comes, we will turn them into slaves. That's how it should be. You shouldn't give them any face." At this time, the man who looked like he was cast from stone spoke. "Eldest senior brother, I know you've always looked down on us, but please don't insult our human race. Our human race isn't that bad. Don't forget the most recent Emperor Lord was also from our human race." Tian Songzi was being crushed by a powerful force. He could not even get up, but he still did not want to admit defeat. "That's right. When the Qin Emperor was still in power, did you dare to be so arrogant? The old ancestor of your White Tiger clan was captured by the Qin Emperor to be his mount. At that time, did you dare to say that the human race were all dogs?" Mo Shui said indignantly. "Sister Mo Shui." Tian Songzi was suddenly startled. Mo Shui's mouth had no filter. He couldn't stop her. One must know that this white tiger hated this matter the most. The Qin emperor forced the patriarch of the White Tiger clan, one of the 4 sacred beasts, to surrender. He even became a divine beast to pull his carriage. It could be said that he was in the limelight for a while. For the human race, this was an incomparably glorious matter. However, for the White Tiger clan, it was simply a great shame and humiliation. They had always forced the human race to worship them as sacred beasts. However, with the rise of that person called Qin Fang, everything changed. The clans that used to act like tyrants on top of the human race had to obediently surrender to him. They had to live their lives according to his will. This kind of life had been going on for a long time until he suddenly disappeared. For the White Tiger clan, that period of time was simply an incomparably dark era. And the one who caused this stain on the White Tiger clan that couldn't be erased until now was the Qin emperor. It was precisely the human race. Therefore, he was very displeased with these 2 human juniors. He would always seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Although he only had a part of the White Tiger clan's bloodline, he had always boasted that he was a sacred beast. This was a great shame and humiliation for the White Tiger clan. For him. Naturally, it was also a great shame and humiliation for him. Therefore, what he liked to do the most was to collect human powerhouses to be his slaves and pull his carriage. And because of his influence, the other people didn't like these 2 people. This time they were assigned together. From a certain point of view, it was also because no one was willing to be with them. Because being with them meant that one would have to be the enemy of this White Tiger. This wasn't something they would do. Moreover, it wasn't worth it at all for the sake of 2 humans. Impudent. This White Tiger immediately became furious. This Emo Shui was simply touching a sore spot that he shouldn't boil. He especially liked to poke at people's scars. This matter was what he hated the most in his life. And it was actually brought up by Emo Shui. I think the 2 of you are really tired of living. Today, just based on the fact that you deceived me and tricked me to come here, I can kill the 2 of you. I don't think Master will have anything to say. This White Tiger said coldly, "Please calm down, eldest senior brother." Emo Shui made an unintentional mistake. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Tian Song, Zi quickly said, "It was an unintentional mistake. I think she did it on purpose. This kind of person is not worthy of pity. Senior brother, kill the 2 of them. As long as we say that they died in the profound world battlefield, no one will suspect us. Besides, they released a distress signal before, so it's normal for them to die." Behind the White Tiger, another powerhouse from a foreign race said. The more Tian Song Zi and Emo Shui listened, the more cold they felt. These people were simply more ferocious than the previous one. One by one, they actually wanted to kill them, and even found a reason to do so. Originally, they also knew that they were not welcomed in the eyes of these people, but they didn't expect that it would be so serious to the point of death. Humph, I don't need such a reason at all. I will kill them, so what? This White Tiger said coldly. He was also very clear that between the 2 sides, the sect would certainly not target him for the sake of 2 dead people. The value of a dead person and a living person was very different, and he believed that they would understand it. So what if you kill them, so what? What a big tone. Just as this White Tiger was about to attack, suddenly he heard a ridiculing voice. "It's you." This White Tiger, at this time, finally discovered that the person who had spoken was actually the human man they had ignored before. He was just a human at the initial stage of profound life realm. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. That's all. Therefore, he didn't care about him at all. Who would have thought that before he could find trouble with this human would actually dare to appear in front of him like this? Yi Xuan opened his eyes, and a huge White Tiger appeared in front of him. Although it wasn't as big as a small mountain like those monsters, it gave off a very strong oppressive feeling, as if it could suppress people to the point of being unable to breathe. This was a peerless, vicious beast that possessed the bloodline of the White Tiger. Its body contained the bloodline of the White Tiger, so it had an innate, powerful coercion. Moreover, its cultivation far surpassed Tiansong Zi and Emo Shui, who were at the late stage of profound life realm. Therefore, in an instant, it had forced the two of them to vomit blood and kneel down. Moreover, it had killed them just like that. It could be said that its methods were overbearing, and it wasn't a simple person. It was no wonder that such an existence could become the big brother of the sect. However, in front of this white tiger, this was simply not enough. Humph, foolish human, standing up for me today will be the biggest mistake of your life. This white tiger narrowed its eyes and said in a loud and clear voice, I've seen too many arrogant humans like you. Now, they've either been devoured by me or become my slaves, waiting for my orders. Shameless boasting, Yi Shiwen coldly said. Today, I want to see how powerful you, a bastard with the bloodline of the white tiger, is. You're courting death. Yi Shiwen once again poked his Achilles heel. This white tiger only had a part of the bloodline of the white tiger, and the rest of it was the bloodline of other vicious beasts. As far as he was concerned, this was a great shame and was his biggest Achilles heel. Yi Shiwen's unscrupulous mention of this had immediately thoroughly enraged him. Whoosh! He clawed towards Yi Shiwen, tearing out countless claw shadows like a dream. This white tiger's speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning. Along with this claw, its huge body, which was as tall as a person, directly pounced over to kill. This claw was not an ordinary claw shadow. Instead, it was like swordsmanship, majestically clawing towards Yi Shiwen. The white tiger's natural attribute was mettle, and they were innately experts in swordsmanship. As soon as they attacked, layers of sword shadows appeared. Chapter 1922. It was as if a sword Taoist had attacked. Although he didn't transform into a human form, maintaining this beast form didn't make him weaker. On the contrary, it made him stronger. He wouldn't be restrained. Senior, be careful. Emo Shui could not help but remind him, although she also knew in her heart that Yi Shiwen was probably stronger than she had imagined. But this white tiger's accumulated power over the years was too deep, so she couldn't help but open her mouth to remind him. Although this was a bit strange, because the one who wanted to kill her was her senior brother, but the one who wanted to save her was an outsider. You traitorous bitch! See how I will deal with you later! This white tiger could not help but be a little angry. However, he did not take it to heart. In his heart, this was nothing. This little profound life, realm human, actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply intolerable. At the critical moment, when the claw that had transformed into a sword was about to blast into Yi Shiwen's body, suddenly, a sword suddenly emerged from Yi Shiwen's body. With a casual sweep, it completely sealed the white tiger's claw. It directly turned the white tiger's attack into nothingness. It seems that I have underestimated you. This white tiger saw that his attack did not work and was a little surprised. However, it was only a little surprised. In fact, he did not take it to heart. He just looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, his whole body stood up, and his white body began to slowly transform. All of a sudden, he turned into the appearance of a young man. He looked about 27 or 28 years old, and there was a look of mild anger on his face. However, this is all you can do. In that case, you should obediently die. He directly shouted coldly. Sword light burst out from his eyes, forming a huge sword net in the void, and instantly enveloped Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not say anything. He directly grabbed with his big hand. The golden light covered the sky as if forming a new sun. Clang! 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 This huge sword net, formed by countless interweaving sword lights, was caught by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Then, only a crackling sound was heard. This sword light was directly crushed by Yi Shiwen. It didn't even have the time to exert its power. Damn it, go to hell! In the blink of an eye, the white tiger had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He grabbed a sharp sword in his hand and slashed it across the sky. The mighty golden chi condensed into sword chi and then directly crushed towards Yi Shiwen. It went straight for Yi Shiwen's head. Because the speed was too fast, many people simply could not react. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This person still wanted to compete with him? He was really courting death. With just one sword strike, he would be able to kill him completely. He would die without a burial. Suddenly, just when he thought that the sword could completely pierce through Yi Shiwen, he heard Yi Shiwen's indifferent voice coming from behind him. I have to say, among the warriors at the peak of the profound life realm, you are already considered not bad. However, you dare to be so arrogant with just this level of strength. Are you sure that your intelligence has developed to normal? Yi Shiwen's malicious words immediately made the white tiger furious. At this moment, his long sword finally pierced through the golden light and directly pounced on empty air. He directly turned around. The long sword in his hand carried a speed that was 30% faster than before and directly slashed towards Yi Shiwen's neck. It could really be said that every move was fatal. Once there was a chance he would kill Yi Shiwen. Clang! There was a deafening roar of metal clashing against each other. The white tiger turned around, and in the end he saw something that almost scared him to death. His indestructible longsword was unable to break through Yi Shiwen's defense. In fact, it was directly grabbed by Yi Shiwen's palm. It was firmly grasped in his hand, and there was no way for it to break free. He tried to struggle, but Yi Shiwen's palm was like an iron hoop, firmly grasping his long sword in his hand, making it impossible for him to move at all. He tried to pull out the long sword, and with the sharpness of the long sword it could even cut off his palm. Who would have thought that no matter how he moved, it was useless? He had never encountered such a situation before. He had the blood of the white tiger in his body. Even if it was only a small part, it was enough to make his body far more powerful than ordinary people could imagine. And it was even more powerful. He had never been in such a helpless situation before. You only have this kind of strength? Then I'm really too disappointed. I thought you could make me a little more excited. Yi Shiwen continued to say mercilessly. You only have this kind of strength, and you dare to capture the powerhouses of our human race as slaves? I think you are really tired of living. The white tiger was shocked and angry. He couldn't believe that he was actually not a match for Yi Shiwen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. At this moment, everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They were all frightened before, or rather, they had never thought that there would be such a situation. They had never thought about what would happen if their eldest senior brother was unable to solve the problem. Usually, this white tiger's accumulated power was too deep, so they didn't react in time. At this time, they all saw that this powerhouse of human race was very tyrannical, but he came with bad intentions, so they had no choice but to join forces to get rid of him. Shwa! 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 These people rushed over one after another and used their own unique skills to directly attack Yi Shiwen. It looked mighty and quite scary. Senior, let me help you. Emo Shwe struggled to get up. She had just been seriously injured by that white tiger, and now, seeing that this senior of human race had fallen into a siege, she, who had always been hot-tempered, suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. No matter what, they were all her senior brothers and sisters, and this person was an outsider. No need. Look carefully. The human race should act like a human race and straighten your back. Dignity is not obtained by begging, but by killing. Yi Shiwen said coldly. He directly waved his hand, and the sword light scattered all over the sky. Suddenly, all the attacks of these people were completely broken, and the sword light swept over in an instant. Bang! 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 These elites of various races didn't even have the time to scream, and were instantly killed into a mass of blood fog. Yi Shiwen's expression was cold and ruthless, and there was not the slightest change in his expression, just like when he had killed those heaven-devouring bats. They regarded human race as pigs and dogs, but in Yi Shiwen's eyes, there was not much difference. You actually killed all of them. That white tiger was shocked. Perhaps he had never thought that things would turn out like this. Even Tiansong Zi and Mo Shui couldn't believe it. This situation was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. This senior really wasn't an ordinary kind of decisive killer. However, his words made him feel extremely excited. He didn't know why, but he had such a feeling. Yes, that's right, 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 that human race should be like this. As a big and strong race, they should have their own self-confidence. That's right, they should have the feeling that their blood was boiling, and not be a yes man in front of them. Although he hadn't reached that level, but compared to Yi Shiwen, he was still far behind. Didn't you say that you killed them? So what if I killed them? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Do you think that this will be a problem for me? You are like this, and if the master comes to know about this, then they won't have a good time. White Tiger roared and said, In the future, no matter how many people ask you, just say that you don't know. Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. That White Tiger said in a surprised tone. Wasn't this the same advice that his fellow disciple had given him? He didn't expect that retribution would come so fast, and now it would be retribution on him. In the face of Yi Shiwen's domineering attitude, Mo Shui and Tiansong Zi didn't feel disgusted at all. In fact, they even felt very satisfied. Just a moment ago, they had used this lame excuse to deal with them, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had used it on him. How could they not feel satisfied? This was how it should be. Die. The moment Yi Shiwen spoke, the White Tiger moved. In an instant, it pounced directly in front of Yi Shiwen. The long sword in its hand brandished out an astonishing sword light. It fiercely pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. With a loud bang, a torrent of swordsmanship rushed straight to Yi Shiwen's forehead. It was extremely ruthless. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at the White Tiger and directly raised his sword to chop it. Bang! The White Tiger was sent flying on the spot and suffered serious injuries on the spot. Its offensive had been completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen, and it was simply not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Its body also transformed into a white tiger in midair and was unable to maintain its human form. Boom! The White Tiger fiercely hit the ground and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Clang! However, it only heard an incomparably loud roar and the clanging sound of a long sword. Then an astonishing sword light condensed in the void and fiercely chopped down. Puchi! The long sword fell from the sky and directly cut into the White Tiger's body without any hindrance. The White Tiger's metal-like body couldn't withstand this sword attack and was directly nailed to the ground on the spot. It was constantly twitching, but it simply couldn't break free from this sword attack. Blood slowly flowed out, and slowly the blood flowed into a river. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life today. Tiansong Zi stepped forward and cupped his hands in obeisance. His expression was somewhat awkward, and he didn't know what to say. His fellow disciples wanted to kill him, but an outsider had saved him twice. His mood was incomparably complicated, and he didn't know what to say. Chapter 1923. Compared to Tiansong Zi, Mo Shui didn't have many scruples. She had a straightforward temperament and didn't think too much about it. In her opinion, this matter was clearly distinguished between right and wrong. Her senior brothers and sisters had attacked her, so it didn't matter if they died. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives, Mo Shui said respectfully. Although she had a straightforward temperament, she wasn't a person who didn't know anything. It's nothing, just some people who deserve to die. Ai Rue, you dare to enslave my human race in private? You're courting death. Yi Shiwen said coldly. This made the two of them a bit speechless. After all, the education they had received was completely different from Yi Shiwen's. Whether it was in the Zhan Wujie or in the Desolate Era, racial antagonism was a matter of great righteousness. It absolutely couldn't be ignored. However, they were born in the Xian world. Here, there were thousands of races, and the human race wasn't that strong. Therefore, They didn't have such intense feelings like Yi Shiwen. It was normal for the strong to enslave the weak. But no matter what, Yi Shiwen had saved them. Moreover, he had saved them twice. Yi Shiwen saw this and didn't say anything. He directly asked, "Why? Did you come here for the Nameless Tao Institute's token?" "Yes, that's right. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have come here." Mo Shui said directly, "If it wasn't for Senior's help, I'm afraid that both of us would have died here." Previously, we received news that the traitor of the ancient Phoenix world, Hua Menghan, had gone to the lava plain. It was said that there was a token there. Moreover, it was a very high-ranking token. We wanted to try our luck, but who knew that we would be directly transmitted to the lava overlord's lair? We almost died inside, and just as we came out, we were transmitted to these beasts. Mo Shui said while gritting her teeth. This time, it could be said that they had escaped from death. Moreover, they had escaped from death 3 times. In their entire lives, they had faced more life and death decisions than they had in this period of time. Tiansong Zi had an embarrassed look on his face because he was the one who had set up the transmission array. Although he had encountered these kinds of incidents with low probability, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. "Hua Menghan. You mean Hua Menghan?" Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Shui nodded and said. However, he felt a little strange in his heart. Why does this senior, who seems to care about nothing else, care so much about Hua Menghan? Could it be that they have an affair? In an instant, Mo Shui's gossipy heart was burning. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Yi Shiwen asked again. He already had some ideas in his mind. "Of course, although we didn't see it. But with Hua Menghan's reputation, it's impossible for us to have misheard it. It's Hua Menghan." Mo Shui said with certainty. "However, it's possible that she won't stay there for long. After all, the news of her heading to the lava plain to search for the entry token has reached our ears. It's impossible for the experts from the ancient Phoenix realm to not know about it. I'm afraid that they've already found her. It's said that there's even a profound death stage expert leading the team. It's impossible for her to stay there for long." Mo Shui said with certainty. She still had this bit of logical thinking. Yi Shiwen became anxious when he heard this. He had initially chosen to go to the Dead Soul Abyss. In fact, wasn't it because he wanted to look for Hua Menghan? However, he hadn't found Hua Menghan in the end. Instead, he had found Yi Qianqian. However, he couldn't leave Hua Menghan alone no matter what. "Tiansong Zi, don't you know how to teleport? Do you have the coordinates of that place so that you can teleport us back?" Yi Shiwen immediately made a decision. He didn't want to delay any longer. Many top experts had a certain understanding of space, so they could teleport over a short distance. However, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could accomplish if they wanted to teleport over a long distance. "Yes, the coordinates of the places I've been to will be automatically marked. So, I can teleport there next time." Tiansong Zi nodded and said. He was very confident about this. "Senior brother, are you sure that there's no problem? You won't be teleported to some strange place again, right?" Mo Shui opened her mouth and said, "Of course not. The previous incident was an accident. The probability of that happening was very low. However, it's different this time. This time, it's a directional teleportation. So, how can I fail to teleport?" Tiansong Zi immediately retorted. This was an insult to his professionalism. "All right," Mo Shui said. "Then it's better to do it sooner rather than later. I will have to trouble you with this matter." Yi Shiwen immediately said. He didn't know the location of the lava plain. So, he didn't know how long it would take to fly there. So, this was the only way to quickly find Hua Menghan. "Senior has saved us twice. We don't have anything to repay you. This time, we are also very honored to be able to help you." Tiansong Zi said, "However, I need a lot of spirit crystals to set up the teleportation array. However, I have already used up all of my spirit crystals during the battle. Tian Song Zi said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It doesn't matter. How much do you need? I still have some here. Yi Shiwen said. If it's just a teleportation array, then it doesn't need much. Just 1,000,000 spirit crystals will do. Tian Song Zi said. All right. Yi Shiwen immediately took out 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Tian Song Zi and Mo Shui were secretly speechless. This senior was really rich and overbearing. For them, 1,000,000 spirit crystals was not something that they couldn't afford. However, it was still a fantasy to take it out so easily. It was simply impossible. After obtaining the spirit crystals, Tian Song Zi also displayed his professionalism. Soon, he constructed a teleportation array and activated it. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and directly walked into the teleportation array. Just as he was about to teleport, he suddenly thought of something and turned to the two of them. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. I am not a senior. We are at most of the same age. My name is Yi Shiwen. Remember it. After saying that, Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Mo Shui couldn't help but say. He always felt that this name was very familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. It was too sudden, so he couldn't remember. I remember now. Isn't this Yi Shiwen, the legendary Yi Shiwen, who offended the Divine Union and received the 21st invitation card from the nameless Dao College? Tian Song Zi was the first to react. After saying that, he was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Although he was already a rare expert compared to ordinary people, and he also had a small reputation in a certain range, but compared to Yi Shiwen, he was completely dwarfed in comparison. There weren't many things that people were familiar with about Yi Shiwen. However, both of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Whether it was offending the Divine Union or receiving the invitation card from the nameless Dao College, these were not things that ordinary people could achieve. In fact, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, Yi Shiwen had done both and succeeded. It could be said to be earth-shattering. If it wasn't for Jun Dingtian, he would definitely be the most famous expert of the younger generation in this period of time. Almost everyone in the younger generation who wanted to climb up knew his name. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for them to know the existence of such a person. If it wasn't for the fact that his awakening time was too short, many people wouldn't have seen his portrait at all. Even when his name was announced, they wouldn't be able to think of it for a while. Under normal circumstances, a celebrity of this level should have been recognized at first glance. That's right, senior brother. It's him. I remember now. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. It turns out that there was such a thing. No wonder, no wonder. Mo Shui suddenly remembered and said. At this moment, she recalled the rumors about Yi Shiwen, who said that he has an undeserved reputation and no strength. I think it's purely out of envy and jealousy. Yes, judging from the strength he displayed just now, he has clearly reached the profound death realm. It seems that killing the Tian Qiao 3 elders wasn't a result of scheming. He should be able to do it based on his strength alone. Tian Song Zi nodded and said, those rumors about Yi Shiwen had become more and more unbearable after many people secretly plotted against him. That's right. I don't know who were such disgusting rumors. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be as arrogant as the rumors say. I think he's a person who's easy to get along with. Mo Shui said in a somewhat puzzled manner. Then she made her own conclusion. Sure enough, rumors can't be trusted. Let me catch the person who spread the rumors. I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Lesson? I think we should forget about it. He clearly isn't like this. Yet he's being spread like this. It's obvious that someone has taken action. As the saying goes, mortals suffer when immortals fight. We must not get involved. At this moment, Tian Song Zi was unusually shrewd. He had more or less deduced the cause and effect of this matter. Although he's a bit straightforward, he isn't someone who doesn't know what's good for him. No matter what, you must not tell anyone about this matter. It doesn't matter whether it's for him or for us. It's best for both sides that we don't know each other. He's currently in trouble. If we get involved with him, we'll soon be in big trouble. Don't worry, I know. I know what's important. However, our real problem now is how to explain to Master. Mo Shui said. Explain? What explanation? We haven't even seen Big Brother and the others. Why would they ask us for an explanation? Tiansong Zi said with a smile. Senior brother, you're so treacherous, Mo Shui said. Treacherous? Cough, cough. I'm trying to think of a way. Treacherous. Chapter 1924. Hot! A wave of heat hit him in the face. Almost as soon as he was teleported into the lava plain, he felt an incomparably scorching, hot wind blowing towards him. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to be an incomparably huge underground lava pool. It was boundless, and the lava pool at the bottom was constantly spitting out little bubbles, as if it was constantly boiling. From time to time, waves of lava would surge up, setting off terrifying waves. Lava plain. This plain was quite peculiar. So far, Yishuin had seen many worlds, but it was rare to see such a unique world that was purely formed by a single extreme environment. This could only be a subplane. It was impossible to form a main plane like the ancient Baron's continent or the demon realm because there was no diversity in the environment. Only some special extreme planes could form such a situation. However, Yishuin immediately became alert. According to Tiansong Zi and Tiansong Zi, there was a powerful lava overlord living here. Lin Yin didn't know what level the lava overlord was at, but the fact that it was able to chase the two of them into a frenzy meant that it wasn't just an ordinary monster. He flew all the way out, and the entire lava sea looked very vast. Splash! Suddenly, the surface of the lava sea below burst open, and a huge red demon beast pounced from below. It opened its big mouth and rushed towards Yishuin to bite him. Clang! A huge sword clanged, and the sword light flashed. This huge demon beast was directly cut in half by Yishuin. Although it was huge, it was only a celestial realm demon beast. It was not Yishuin's opponent at all. In this kind of environment, there is such a demon beast that can survive. Yishuin retracted the sword light, and without even looking at it, he directly swept out his divine sense, which was getting wider and wider. Right now, he had no other way but to use this method to find Hua Minghan's whereabouts. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, there was no other way. A large part of the reason why he kept on making things bigger was because of this. Because he believed in a saying that was being famous was also a way to report one's safety. Hua Menghan's whereabouts were also known to him from time to time. Currently, he had already stepped into the profound death stage, and his strength could be said to be extremely powerful. His divine will could extend to 100,000 miles, or even 1,000,000 miles. Although he was unable to extend his divine will to its limits due to the extreme environment, it was already sufficient. However, although this lava plain was very extreme, its surface area wasn't very big. In fact, it wasn't even as big as the true martial world. Yishuin searched like this, and finally found the result after a day. She was still dressed in a green gown and looked to be around 20 years old. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were bright. Her eyes were like ripples, and her skin was snow-white and jade-like. She had a peerless celestial appearance and was untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Standing quietly in the void, there was an indescribable feeling of transcendence, like a fairy walking on waves. Even in such a harsh environment, it did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. Hundreds of years of yearning surged out from the bottom of his heart like a torrent breaking through a dam at this moment. In the end, thousands of sentences were condensed into a single sentence. Are you all right? Being able to see Hua Menghan again in such an environment was like a dream to him. Previously, regardless of whether it was the ancient Phoenix world or the Dead Soul Abyss, he had rushed straight towards her. However, he had missed her due to various reasons. Hua Menghan's plump lips parted as she saw Yi Shiwen's sudden appearance. There was a look of astonishment on her face. Perhaps she had never thought that the two of them would meet again in such an environment. She was completely unprepared for this. Her eyes were instantly covered with mist. She had 1,000 words to say, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. After all, she wasn't good at talking. So they could only silently look at each other for a moment. Miss Hua, who is this person? Suddenly, a somewhat sharp voice pulled the two of them back to reality. They weren't the only ones present at the scene. It was just that they had missed each other for thousands of years. So they had completely ignored everyone else. Yi Shiwen retracted his gaze and looked again. He saw an extraordinarily handsome, golden-robed man standing not far from Hua Menghan's side. He was looking at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat unfriendly look on his face. He had asked Hua Menghan a question, but his eyes and tone were directed at Yi Shiwen. An imposing aura was faintly rolling over. His body was emitting a somewhat aloof aura. There was a kind of arrogance in his bones. It seemed as if he was above everyone else. Around a dozen experts were standing beside this golden-robed man. These experts had ice-cold faces. It seemed as if they had been carved from the same mold. Their bodies were emitting a powerful aura. Even in this lava world, one could feel that their ice-cold aura had directly penetrated into one's soul. How could he not see that these experts should be the attendants of this golden-robed man? The golden-robed man looked at the green-robed man with a rather unfriendly look in his eyes. He had never seen or heard that Hua Menghan had such a friend. However, how could he believe that nothing had happened between them when he looked at the expression in their eyes? Once he thought of this matter, he suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He felt nauseous and nauseous. The more he thought about this matter, the uglier his complexion became, and the more unfriendly his tone became. He had pursued Hua Menghan for more than 100 years. It couldn't be said that he hadn't tried his best, but Hua Menghan had always kept a certain distance from him. She hadn't allowed him to get close to her, let alone get intimate with her. Fortunately, Hua Menghan's attitude was also well known. Not only him, but even the other famous young geniuses in front of Hua Menghan didn't get the slightest bit of advantage. This made him feel a bit better, because he felt that Hua Menghan's nature was just like this. But now that this man had appeared, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even if this man looked very ordinary and was dressed very shabbily, but he still felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He couldn't help but secretly curse. "Bitch, I am so good to you, but you don't even look at me. What's so good about this man?" How could Yi Shiwen not sense that this man's eyes had already started to contain a somewhat malicious expression when he looked at him? Yi Shiwen's thoughts were exquisite, and he immediately guessed that this was probably another one of Hua Menghan's pursuers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such hostility towards Yi Shiwen. In this regard, Yi Shiwen only wanted to smile and ask him, "Kid, you're new here, right?" This man's strength was extraordinary. Death energy fluctuations continuously surged from his body, indicating that this man had most likely stepped into the profound death realm. Amongst the younger generation, Yi Shiwen hadn't seen anyone else besides himself who had also stepped into the profound death realm. He had merely killed the 3 elders of Tianqiao, but it had already caused such a sensation. It could be seen that the profound death realm was undoubtedly a huge threshold for people of his age. Moreover, it was said that those who could receive the 20 invitations from the nameless Tao College were all existences who had stepped into the profound death realm without exception. In fact, there was no lack of existences who had stepped into the profound death realm dozens, or even hundreds of years ago. Considering their age, this kind of cultivation could be said to be universally shocking. from this, it could be deduced that this man in front of him was probably not an ordinary person. However, he had never admitted defeat at a time like this. He didn't say anything. He only took a few steps forward and arrived at Hua Minghan's side. He pulled her soft and smooth little hand and looked provocatively at the golden-robed man. Hua Minghan also allowed Yi Shiwen to hold her little hand. Although Yi Shiwen's somewhat childish actions were somewhat amusing, her heart was filled with tenderness. Perhaps this man was like this. He was somewhat childish. Only then could he completely move her heart. Hundreds of years had passed, but he still hadn't changed. Unlike Hua Minghan, the golden-robed man saw Yi Shiwen's actions and was about to go crazy. He had paid a great price to pursue Hua Minghan for such a long time. However, he hadn't even touched her hand. However, this guy who had come out of nowhere had dared to hold Hua Minghan's hand the moment they met. Moreover, Hua Minghan hadn't even refused. This scene was too shocking for him. The real reason was that Hua Minghan, who had always been like an ice goddess, had actually allowed someone to hold her little hand like this. It was simply inconceivable. It had completely impacted his view of the world. Most importantly, this guy had deliberately used such a method to provoke him. This was equivalent to slapping his face in front of his subordinates. The two of them had completely ignored everyone else. They only had eyes for each other. Bitch, bitch! The golden-robed man crazily cursed in his heart. He couldn't conceal his true thoughts on his face due to the shock in his heart. His face had become somewhat hideous and distorted. His complexion had turned blue and white, and for a while he couldn't say anything else. Yi Shiwen looked at the golden-robed man's hideous face, and a killing intention flashed in his eyes. He had seen too many hysterical people like this. However, if this guy dared to have any ideas about them, then he wouldn't mind sending him to heaven. Crash! Suddenly, a loud sound of something tearing through the air rang out from afar. A figure walked over from afar and stopped steadily in front of everyone. It was a gray-robed old man. His body was emitting a fierce, imposing aura. His eyes were like lightning as they swept across the sky. Chapter 1925. The gray-robed elder descended with a powerful aura, which made Yi Shiwen feel a strong sense of oppression. This was completely different from the golden-robed man from before. It was a completely oppressive feeling. Yi Shiwen's expression suddenly changed. He was afraid that this was an expert who had reached the profound death realm, or even the profound death realm peak. Yi Shiwen raised his guard. This gray-robed elder probably came with ill intentions. At the very least, he was not his friend. Although he had long known that there were many old monsters in the Xian realm battlefield looking for the final opportunity to become a god, he had never seen them before. This was the first time he had seen one, especially because of the opening of Jun Dingtian and the nameless Tao Academy. Many old monsters who had been cultivating in seclusion had come out one after another. These old monsters wandered in the Xian realm battlefield. It was hard to predict when one would meet one. It could even be said that these eccentric and temperamental old monsters were even more terrifying than the powerful monsters that lived in the Xian realm battlefield. The elder had just arrived, and the way he looked at Yi Shiwen was already quite unfriendly. "Who are you?" This gray-robed elder was originally in this team, but he had just left. "Yuelao, this is my old friend Yi Shiwen." Hua Minghan bit her lower lip and finally said it. She did not directly mention the relationship between the two. This was the result of Yi Shiwen's secret voice transmission. The gray-robed elder in front of them was powerful, and his attitude was unclear. It was fine to provoke the golden-robed man, but if the gray-robed elder was forced to make a move, they were afraid that a disaster would befall them. An expert, who might be at the profound death realm peak, was enough to kill the two of them. Yi Shiwen. The golden-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this name. "You're Yi Shiwen?" The gray-robed elder, Yuelao, looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat different expression. This name could be said to be resounding in the recent Xian realm. It was because of the 21st invitation, and it was a replacement. The gray-robed old man didn't say anything, and suddenly a boundless, imposing aura crushed Yi Shiwen's body, not giving him any chance to refute at all. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that the whole world had turned dark. He only felt that boundless power was crushing his body. It was as if a mortal was carrying a mountain on his back. Yi Shiwen could feel that this gray-robed old man had already made up his mind to kill him. He had made up his mind to kill him just because of his name. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and held on. His heart was also surging with killing intent. That damned old man. I didn't offend him at all, but he actually wanted to kill me for no reason at all. Yi Shiwen, are you all right? At this time, Yumo's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. Don't worry, I can still hold on. I don't believe that I can escape. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and said he was confident that he could escape with his devil wings. That damned old man, he actually dared to make a move against me. I will definitely not let him off. Old Yuelao, this is my old friend. Please be lenient. Hua Menghan suddenly stood up. Her pretty face was covered with an anxious look as she said, Humph. Yuelao glanced at Hua Menghan. In the end, he still didn't make a move. It seemed that he only wanted to give Yi Shiwen a warning. I was just giving you a warning, just now. I told you not to overestimate yourself and not know what's good for you. In my eyes, you are nothing, Yuelao said coldly. Thank you for your teachings, senior. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and said, his heart was already filled with killing intent. Warning? He clearly felt a boundless killing intent just now. If Hua Menghan didn't say anything, he might have already been killed. How could he not see that these people weren't too friendly towards him? However, he couldn't fall out with them now. This old man's strength was far beyond his imagination. He might even have climbed to the peak of the profound death realm. Such an existence, even in the Xian world, was ranked among the top. It was very difficult to bump into one on a normal day. Not to mention, he suddenly attacked the moment they met. Are you all right? Hua Menghan said with a slightly anxious tone. She was afraid that Yi Shiwen would be seriously injured. I'm fine. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said. The golden-robed man saw Hua Menghan's worried look on Yi Shiwen's face. His expression turned even uglier. Yuelao, why didn't you kill him? I don't know where this brat came from. Hua Menghan, this bitch usually looks rather virtuous. I didn't expect her to also be a bitch. She has an unclear relationship with this brat. Perhaps they have an affair. The golden-robed man secretly transmitted his voice to Yuelao. Humph, if it wasn't for Hua Menghan, I would have killed this brat long ago. This brat is full of ambition. It can even be said that he has the ambition of a wolf. He actually dared to have killing intent towards me. Does he think that I can't sense it? Yuelao said coldly. However, he had already completely ignored the fact that he had provoked Hua Menghan first. However, you don't have to worry. Looking at her appearance, Hua Menghan is still a virgin. She won't delay your matters. Yuelao's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the two people who were talking. When the time comes to deal with the lava overlord, I will take him away. After I kill the lava overlord and obtain that entry token, I will conveniently kill him. As for you, you have to speed up and take care of Hua Menghan's matters. Well, I know. This bitch only has herself to blame. Originally, I wanted to act slowly and then obtain her affection. Now it seems that there is no need for that. If it wasn't for my power technique, which requires the other party to be in love with each other, I wouldn't have needed to endure until now. I would have already dealt with him on the spot. The golden-robed man didn't bat an eyelid. However, his voice was exceptionally vicious as he transmitted his voice. This bitch really thinks that everyone in the world has to flatter her. If it wasn't for obtaining the Nanmingli fire in her body, how could I, the dignified Tianhui young master. Humble myself to please her? What a joke! The Nanming Li fire is the innate ability of the Phoenix clan. Without their bloodline, there is no way to obtain the Nanming Li fire. This is the only way for you to fuse with the Nanming Li fire. After you have fused with the Nanming Li fire, you will possess 5 types of heavenly flames. At that time, with the help of these heavenly flames, it will only be a matter of time before you step into the peak of the profound death realm. At that time, it is also possible for you to advance further. Our sect will also flourish in your hands. Yuelao said, "The main thing is that I'm worried about is the opinion of the ancient Phoenix realm. After all, it is a colossus. Even in the profound world, there are no forces that can be compared to the ancient Phoenix realm. Originally, I wanted you to slowly get close to Hua Menghan and obtain her affection. Then, you can openly marry her. At that time, not only will you obtain the Nanming Li fire, but you will also become the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix realm. With the support of the ancient Phoenix realm, we can even proclaim ourselves as the overlords of the profound world. In fact, we can even be compared to those great forces. However, it seems that there is no other way now. This bitch already has someone else in her heart. Therefore, you must act immediately after you have succeeded." I understand. However, didn't you say that the ancient Phoenix realm has already given up on Hua Menghan? Why are we still so afraid? The golden-robed man asked. Given up? The ancient Phoenix realm has never given up on her. Only a portion of the people in the ancient Phoenix realm are chasing after her. Because she stood them up, they are still chasing after her. If the ancient Phoenix realm really wanted to make a move against her, she would have died a long time ago. In fact, as a person who only possesses some of the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, she was able to become the adopted daughter of the Phoenix King and become the heavenly Phoenix Maiden. One can well imagine how much importance the Phoenix King has placed on her. As long as the Phoenix King hasn't given up on her, no one would dare to lay a fatal hand on her. Therefore, there are so many people chasing after her. Otherwise, what value do you think she has? There are so many beautiful women. If these people don't attach themselves to the strong, they will meet an incomparably miserable end. Yuelao sneered. He didn't seem to care at all. In any case, I will take her away when the time comes. It will be convenient for you to handle matters. Yuelao said coldly. In the future, everything will depend on you. I understand. The golden-robed man sneered as he looked at the two of them. Then he became calm and collected. His originally unsightly complexion suddenly returned to normal. In his eyes, the two of them were already dead. There was simply nothing to be angry about. Yi Shiwen, let me introduce you. This is the young master of the floating mountain. He is known as the Heavenly Fire Young Master. During this period of time, it was all thanks to him taking care of me. He helped me drive away the people of the ancient Phoenix realm. And this Yuelao is the great elder of the floating mountain. He has an illustrious reputation. Hua Menghan introduced to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen immediately remembered that in the mysterious world, the floating mountain was also a big force. Although it couldn't compare with the desolate Heaven Palace, the Divine Union and other giants, it was still one of the first-rate forces. In recent years, it had also made great efforts to strengthen its power. However, he hadn't expected that he would actually have such a big conflict with the people of the floating mountain. However, he was only a little hesitant. That old man hadn't restrained his intense, murderous intention a moment ago. This was enough to show that it was impossible for both sides to coexist peacefully. Moreover, he had been oppressed to such an extent a moment ago. So, he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. He didn't know why the old man had suddenly given up. However, he didn't believe that the old man had killed him just because of Hua Menghan's face. What could Hua Menghan do to him? There must be some reason that he didn't know about. Perhaps there was some kind of conspiracy. Therefore, he must act first. He must strike first and gain the upper hand. Thoughts started to run in his mind. Chapter 1926. It would have been fine if he hadn't known about the danger, but it wasn't his style to sit still and wait for death now that he knew about it. His aura became even more restrained, and all sorts of thoughts were constantly calculating and analyzing in his mind. Why had they given up on attacking him? What was the deep reason behind it? Just like a calculator, he listed out the possibilities and verified them one by one. However, Yi Shiwen remained calm and collected on the surface. The atmosphere between the two sides was already not right. Presumably, if there was even the slightest chance, a huge battle would break out. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to endure this for the time being. Compared to these people, his cultivation time was too short. The gray-robed elder might have cultivated for more than 10,000 years, which was dozens of times longer than his cultivation time. Even the golden-robed man might have cultivated for 2,000 to 3,000 years, which was 10 times longer than his. Even though he had always been rushing, his cultivation time was still his greatest weakness. If it weren't for various factors, he might not have been able to compete with these people in this lifetime. Therefore, he didn't have any time to waste. He had to cultivate for 10 days in order to catch up with these people. In this world, there would always be peerless geniuses who were stronger than him and had cultivated for a longer period of time. No matter what, the gathering of thousands of races in the mysterious world was bound to be an intense clash. Although only 100 people could enter the nameless Tao College this time, he didn't believe that there were only these 100 geniuses in this world. Many of them were either older or had yet to reach the required strength, not to mention a powerful existence like the Divine Union's leader. There were also many hidden old freaks who were opponents he would have to face in the future. His goal wasn't to compete with these people. So what if he was outstanding among his peers? If he couldn't defeat these powerful opponents, he wouldn't be able to prove his Tao. Proving one's Tao was an invincible path in itself. It was a lonely path that didn't allow for the slightest retreat. Huamenghan looked at both sides and said, "Yuelao, did you manage to find out the truth about the lava overlord this time?" At the mention of this matter, Yuelao didn't continue to harp on Yi Shiwen's matter. Instead, he said, "I've already found out about the lava overlord. This time, I'm going to eliminate him and seize the entry token from his lair. This is a small token that I, as a senior, can do for you." "Many thanks for senior's help," Huamenghan said. Yi Shiwen realized that there was a quoted token in the lava overlord's lair. No wonder they had gathered here. Every time the nameless Tao College distributed a spot token, it was not fixed. It could be anywhere, even in the lair of a peerless, ferocious creature, just like the lava overlord. However, even if they were hidden well, if this matter involved the major forces of the profound world, then most of them could still be found. The power of these forces was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the lair of the lava overlord, there is a quoted token that I need. Wait for him to help us get it. Then we will leave immediately. Huamenghan's voice was transmitted in a timely manner. Yi Shiwen finally understood why Huamenghan was here. However, you must also be careful. I'm afraid that they don't have any good intentions. However, this heavenly fire young master already has a quoted token since he gave it to you." Yi Shiwen asked. "That's not true, but he said that he was confident enough to find another one." Huamenghan said, "However, you can rest assured. I have been out all these years, so it's impossible for me to be unprepared." Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. He would also watch from the side. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to her. This lava overlord seems to have just had a fierce battle, so it is slightly injured. If we want to take action, we have to be quick, said Yuelao. The lava overlord is the natural home ground of this lava plain. If we don't take action soon, I'm afraid that the lava overlord will recover completely soon. At that time, it will not be easy to take action again. Let's take action as soon as possible. Soon, the nameless Tao College will open. At that time, we won't have much time left, said the heavenly fire young master as his expression returned to normal. It was as if the ferocious expression just now was not his. Yi Shiwen, I have heard about your matter. This time, we need your help in besieging the lava overlord. What do you think? Yuelao's gaze was like a wolf as he stared at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could feel the hidden killing intent in his gaze. If he did not agree, he would probably be killed on the spot. However, on second thought, this was for Hua Menghan to obtain the token. It was reasonable for him to help. Of course, said Yi Shiwen as he nodded. All right, let's go, said Yuelao as he waved his sleeves. Yi Shiwen and the warriors flew towards the sky. Yi Shiwen was stunned to discover that Hua Menghan and the Heavenly Fire young master were not brought along. May I ask, Senior, why didn't they come along? Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that something was wrong. There must be something that he had not calculated. Just me alone is enough to deal with the lava overlord. With you assisting from the side, it's more than enough. As for the two of them, there's no need for them to follow. Yuelao replied, then looked straight ahead. He had no intention of saying anything else. Damn it, this old guy must be planning something. It's just that I don't know what it is now. No, I have to think of a way to escape. Perhaps this old guy will use me as cannon fodder to deal with the lava overlord. Yi Shiwen thought of many methods that Yuelao would use to deal with him. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He did not believe that this old guy was only as he said on the surface. If that was the case, he had really misjudged him. However, it was not good to turn hostile now. He could feel that Yuelao's divine thoughts were locked on him. If he made any strange movements, he would be killed on the spot. At such a close distance, he did not dare to guarantee that he could escape. I have to think of a way. I have to think of a way to escape. In his mind, many escape methods and routes flashed. Without waiting for him to say anything, they had already arrived at the lava overlord's territory. In the entire lava plain, there were probably not many monsters as ferocious as this one. Even though they were far away, Yi Shiwen could still feel the boundless ferocious aura within the heat wave that was blowing towards him. It made him swallow his saliva involuntarily. It was simply incomparably terrifying. A ferocious aura covered the sky and the earth. Moreover, below, countless lava was boiling. Yi Shiwen felt that a super-large domain had expanded. It was like a divine country covering the world within a radius of thousands of miles. As soon as he stepped into this domain, he immediately felt a boundless, ferocious aura crushing down on him. He immediately understood that he should have been discovered by the lava overlord. The aura crushed down like a mountain. It was no less than the pressure that Yuelao gave him just now. Roar! At the same time, a loud warning roar came from the void. It set off monstrous sound waves, rolling up boundless waves of lava. It was like a stormy sea hitting the horizon. The scene was incomparably shocking. Waves of pressure spread out. Let's go. It's this beast. We'll get rid of this beast today, said Yuelao with a firm expression. Yi Shiwen, you go in first. Senior. Yi Shiwen raised his head with an extremely surprised look. However, he was sneering in his heart. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. He was actually going to be used as cannon fodder. However, his face was filled with shock, as if he had never thought of this. Yuelao only sneered. He didn't care what Yi Shiwen was thinking. He only sneered and said, Go in quickly. If you don't go, don't blame me for killing you personally. Do you think I don't know that? I'm afraid you have resentment in your heart now. I didn't kill you before because you were still useful. Otherwise, you would have died just now. Go in quickly. Don't even think about escaping. Once you enter the lava overlord's domain, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of his domain. Otherwise, you will die by my hands. As Yuelao spoke, a powerful aura spread out from his body. It faced the lava overlord from afar and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and said, All right, Senior, I'll go. He didn't have the slightest hesitation. He immediately took a step forward and leaped into the huge domain. Looking at Yi Shiwen's departing figure, Yuelao's eyes became colder and colder. He couldn't help but sneer. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen only had this little bit of value left. If not for this, he would have died long ago. Yi Shiwen didn't have any hesitation. Behind him, Yuelao's divine sense was still constantly locking onto him. If he hesitated, he would probably be killed on the spot. There would be no other way out. Damn, old fellow, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He didn't hide it at all. I can only risk it now. Against this lava overlord, I still have a chance of survival. If that old fellow personally attacks, then it will really be a dead end. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had already arrived at the center of this huge sea of lava. A figure like a small hill was in the sea of lava. It was extremely terrifying. It was a life that seemed to be formed from lava. Its entire body was dazzling red, and there was lava constantly flowing on its body. Looking at it, it looked like the blood on its body. From afar, it was simply like a huge cold sun. Splash! Under the lava, countless lava started boiling. In an instant, it was condensed by a powerful force and turned into a shocking giant hand. It grabbed towards Yi Shiwen in the void. Chapter 1927. This big hand was fast and ruthless. It was wrapped in countless flame laws. It fixed all the space laws around Yi Shiwen on the spot, not allowing him to escape. This lava overlord seemed to have been provoked by something previously. It was immediately enraged when it encountered an outsider like Yi Shiwen who had barged in. Like a cannon hitting a mosquito, it used all its strength to grab Yi Shiwen to death. Huh! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Countless golden lights immediately surged from his body and broke free from the shackles. His entire body leaped out like a cannonball. Swish! His body turned into a golden light and leaped over. The position where he was just a moment ago had already been crushed on the spot, forming a huge black hole. Endless lava flowed into it continuously. However, that giant hand did not give him any chance to continue escaping. From that huge palm, another giant hand condensed and slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen could not dodge at all and was directly slapped. The huge difference in strength between the two was simply unparalleled. Yi Shiwen's entire body was like a cannonball and was directly bombarded into the lava pool. However, no one noticed that when that big hand patted Yi Shiwen's body, the yin and yang energies in his body flashed a bit. Splash! Yi Shiwen crashed into the lava pool violently. His entire body was like a meteorite that had crashed into the sea. After setting off raging waves, he was quickly submerged by the lava. This incomparably huge lava overlord seemed to want to pursue further. However, in the void, an incomparably huge eagle claw descended from the sky and directly grabbed towards that lava overlord. The speed was fast and urgent. It did not give him any chance to continue attacking. Most of the lava overlord's attention was attracted by Yi Shiwen just now. That was why it was so easy for him to get close to him. And this was also the fundamental goal of that Yuelao. Even if it was just for a moment, he had to fight for that moment. For an expert, a moment was enough to achieve a lot of things. As for Yi Shiwen, as long as he completed the mission of cannon fodder, that was enough. He didn't need to think about anything else. He didn't even look at Yi Shiwen, who had fallen into the magma. In his heart, Yi Shiwen was already a dead man. After being hit by the lava overlord, even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Boom! His sneak attack tactic was effective. His eagle claws directly clawed out a large amount of lava from the lava overlord's body. It was as if he was digging out an endless amount of flesh from its body. Roar! The huge lava overlord roared furiously, and the terrifying rumbles shook the entire sky. He was actually ambushed by someone. This was simply a huge loss. Walala! Countless lava surged crazily and bombarded the void like a huge cannonball. It was like a huge array. The lava had already been integrated into the law of fire domain and was controlled and used by him. Hence, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Amidst the countless attacks, the old man with the eagle claws suddenly appeared in the void. He moved with the wind at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, like a bolt of gray lightning, he directly pounced on Yi Futian. No one knew when he had started, but his entire body had already become like an incomparably huge divine eagle, directly clawing down on the spot. Boom! Another incomparably loud roar sounded. In this confrontation, Yuelao could be said to have gained the upper hand. The lava overlord was already injured, and its strength was not the same as before. Moreover, it was ambushed just now. Even when facing the injured lava overlord, he still resorted to crafty schemes. From this, one could imagine how cautious he was. Only such a person would be able to survive through countless massacres. This lava overlord was directly pushed back by this violent attack and couldn't display its full strength at all. Roar! 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 This lava overlord continuously roared, as if it was summoning something. Soon after, countless roars resounded from afar, and countless powerful, profound, death-stage lava creatures directly charged over. It's just a small trick. Yuelao didn't care at all. He didn't care at all, and directly attacked the lava overlord once again. His eagle claws directly clawed the lava, and in the void, the lava overlord's figure appeared. Its entire body seemed to have turned into a huge figure. The eagle claw technique had long been refined to the extreme. Beast, surrender yourself to me today. He let out a deafening roar, and his eagle claws directly crushed the lava overlord's head. Endless lava flowed out of it. Roar! Even if its head was crushed, it wasn't an unbearable injury to the lava overlord. At the end of the day, it was completely different from ordinary creatures. Endless lava directly condensed, and once again formed the lava overlord's head. Roar! He furiously roared, as if he was a supreme lord whose territory and dignity had been violated. This fellow was simply challenging his dignity. Descending flames, he let out a deep roar. Countless lava instantly seemed to have evaporated, surging into midair, forming an incomparably huge fire cloud. Then, within the endless fire cloud, countless flames slid down directly, covering the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards Yuelao, not giving him any time to catch his breath. A pair of black wings grew out from Yuelao's back, and he continuously teleported to avoid the lava flames. Even if it was just a little bit, it wouldn't be good for him. This environment was the lava overlord's home ground. Moreover, it was within his domain and simply couldn't be compared. Wind domain unleash. Yuelao directly roared and unleashed the wind domain. Then endless wind elements blew like a gale and were sucked over, forming a majestic wind domain. It formed a wind domain that could contend against the lava overlord. This domain expanded rapidly. In an instant, it seemed as if it had merged with the domain of the flames in an instant. Rumble! A series of violent explosions resounded, and the instant the two huge domains came into contact, they completely melted and collapsed. A cold smile flashed past the corner of Yuelao's mouth. His plan had succeeded. He had planned this from the start. If he had activated his domain from the start, it would have been impossible for him to charge in. Only by releasing the forest valley at such a close distance would he be able to disrupt the lava overlord's domain in an instant, or even destroy it, interrupting the lava overlord's training with the heavens and earth. Only then would he be able to interrupt the lava overlord's indestructible recovery ability. Only then would he be able to defeat the lava overlord. For countless years, it was unknown how many people had wanted to deal with the lava overlord, but very few had succeeded. other than the fact that those legendary figures rarely took action. The real reason was that as long as the lava overlord was in this world, it could rely on its huge domain to have an endless recovery ability. Ordinary people in the same realm were not its opponent, and even those with a higher realm than it were not easy to deal with it. Hence, the lava overlord had made a name for itself, and was ranked among the many ferocious beasts in the sealed world battlefield. Before dealing with this giant lava beast, he had already made preparations. He would either kill it in one blow or not make a move at all, lest he offend the lava overlord to death. Damn it! How could the lava overlord not understand that it had fallen into this guy's trap? It should have killed this guy just now, and there wouldn't have been such a problem. The lava overlord was also very clear about his intentions. As its only weakness, how could he not know how to protect himself? Soon, under such circumstances, its flame domain would regain the upper hand, and it would be able to completely destroy this guy's wind domain. At that time, let's see if he could still be so arrogant. Abyssal demonic flame fist. He let out a deafening roar, and the fist force that he punched out seemed to have turned into a huge flame that blasted towards Yuelao. The entire flame burned everything, as though it had turned into an abyss. It looked very spectacular. His legendary strength was the only reason why he could truly stand firm in this lava world and become the lava overlord. It was also his fundamental capital. However, the old man did not fight him head-on at all. His body was like a fighter plane, constantly flickering and dodging the monstrous demonic flame. Without the restraint of the flame domain, the speed of Yuelao's attack was several times faster, and it was even more terrifying than before. A huge eagle claw once again appeared in front of the lava overlord, directly grabbing its head. I'd like to see how many more times you can be reborn. Yuelao's cold voice was heard. Damn it, damn it. The lava overlord roared and roared continuously. In front of it, boundless lava surged all of a sudden, forming an incomparably huge lava wall that shielded it behind it. Boom! The entire lava wall was instantly destroyed by the eagle claw. It penetrated through and directly grabbed the lava overlord's body. Although the lava overlord managed to avoid its head exploding in the nick of time, its entire arm was still chopped off on the spot, and its entire body was sent flying. Chapter 1928. From the very beginning, the lava overlord had fallen into Yuelao's trap. Yuelao had completely schemed against it. From the very beginning, the lava overlord was completely unprepared. On the contrary, compared to him, the lava overlord wasn't on guard at all. Under such circumstances, even if there was a similar disparity in strength, it could result in a one-sided suppression. Moreover, the lava overlord had already suffered some injuries earlier. Hence, the battle had a one-sided advantage from the very beginning. Yuelao didn't give the lava overlord any chance to catch its breath. Taking advantage of the fact that he had the upper hand, he launched wave after wave of ferocious attacks. He was very clear that he was able to gain the upper hand at this time. To a large extent, it was because he had caught the lava overlord off guard. Moreover, he had used Yi Shiwen to inflict serious damage on the lava overlord, even though it was already injured. This had completely strengthened his advantage. However, once his wind domain was destroyed by the flame domain, the lava overlord would regain its connection to the world and display its boundless recovery ability. It would become a terrifying flame tyrant and notify the flame tyrant of the lava plane. At that time, any kind of enemy would be exhausted to death by him. In that case, he could only retreat. The lava overlord was blasted away. It kept retreating in an attempt to avoid his attacks. On one hand, he wanted to end the battle quickly and try not to drag it out. On the other hand, he wanted to stall for time as much as possible. Both of them could be said to be battle-hardened. Their battle experience had already reached an incomparable level. Almost immediately, they relied on their instincts and immediately made battle judgments and guidelines that were beneficial to them. At this moment, both sides would have to see whose battle intentions could be realized. At this moment, the flame overlord kept roaring. He was extremely sullen. As the flame tyrant that ruled the lava plain, he had never been so sullen before. He had actually been schemed against time and time again. First, there was that human, and then there was this guy. Did they really think that he was a pushover? If a tiger doesn't show its might, do they think that he's a sick cat? However, he also knew that he couldn't afford to make any mistakes in the current situation. Otherwise, his countless years of cultivation would be completely wasted here. As for that human from before, he had completely forgotten about him. That human was nothing more than an annoying fly. How could he be compared to this fellow? However, just when they had forgotten about the man, they felt they did not need to care about it all. Yishuin was below the lava, and he was paying attention to the battle above. There were no other creatures in the lava within a radius of thousands of miles. This was the lava overlord's territory, and no other creatures dared to live here. Hence, he didn't have to worry about being ambushed by other creatures. Instead, he could focus on the battle above with peace of mind. From the beginning, he knew that he had definitely been schemed against. Especially after he was taken away, he knew that he was most likely going to be used as cannon fodder. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason. That was the only reason why Yuelao would suddenly let him go when he wanted to kill him. In other words, that Yuelao and the Heavenly Fire young master didn't have any good intentions from the beginning. They must have been plotting something big. Hence, he had made a lot of preparations from the beginning. The attack from the lava overlord seemed to have severely injured him, but at the crucial moment he had used the yin-yang life and death diagram to block it. Although he had used up more than half of the yin-yang life and death power accumulated in the yin-yang life and death diagram, the effect was still very good. He had only suffered some minor injuries, which was nothing. The yin-yang life and death diagram in his hands could be considered as a pseudo-divine tool. However, he still couldn't unleash that kind of power. He could only unleash a little bit of it, which allowed him to escape from danger many times. However, this attack had also consumed a lot of energy. That Yuelao had schemed against the lava overlord, but wasn't he also schemed against Yuelao in the same way? That Yuelao had probably never imagined that Yishuin, who should have been severely injured by the lava overlord, would actually be fine. On the contrary, he was still observing their battle from below. Yishuin's heart began to feel a little anxious, since that Yuelao had schemed against him. That Heavenly Fire young master probably didn't have any good intentions. He was a little anxious in his heart. He didn't know how Hua Menghan was doing. However, at this moment, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He had to think of a way to get rid of this Yuelao and the lava overlord first. Yes, if an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they would have already fled. However, Yishuin was different. He wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. This Yuelao wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots and kill him. Why wouldn't he also want to kill this Yuelao and the Heavenly Fire young master to prevent future troubles? Yishuin had always adhered to the principle of either not making a move or defeating all his enemies with a thunderous momentum once he made a move. Originally, he didn't have the slightest chance. Regardless of whether it was the lava overlord or Yuelao, their strength far exceeded the scope of what he could handle. They had probably already climbed to the peak of the profound death realm. Such a person was already only half a step away from being a legendary figure like the leader of the Divine Union. Disregarding those legendary figures, they were practically the most powerful people in the world. Given his current situation, even if he added 10 more people and used his martial arts embodiment, he still wouldn't be a match for them. However, now that both parties were fighting, it gave him a chance, a huge chance. He quietly hid below and circulated the Phoenix regeneration technique to heal the few injuries on his body. He was waiting for the opportunity to strike, the opportunity to eliminate these two powerful enemies in one fell swoop. Even if other early-stage profound death realm experts had such thoughts, they wouldn't have the strength to do so. However, he was different. He had the intention and the strength. Boom! 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 Under Yuelao's incessant attacks, the lava overlord was forced to retreat continuously. It wasn't a match for Yuelao at all, and Yuelao had already gained the upper hand. 4 top-notch experts like them, even a split second of advantage could determine life and death. Moreover, under such a situation where Yuelao had gained such a huge advantage, it was impossible for him to turn the tables, even if he wanted to. Yuelao wouldn't give him such a chance either. He could only continue to resist and buy time. You want to buy time? How is that possible? How can I give you such a chance? Yuelao's body was completely enveloped by a gust of wind element. In an instant, he had already pounced in front of the lava overlord. The lava overlord's heavy defenses were completely torn apart, and the lava overlord wasn't able to cause him any trouble at all. Boom! His palm turned into a huge eagle claw and grabbed tightly onto the lava overlord's body, creating a huge hole on the spot. An incomparably huge heart actually appeared in the hole, beating continuously. Yuelao's eyes flashed with excitement. Lava core. I've long heard of the lava core of the lava overlord. Ha ha ha! It's not impossible for me to improve further this time. When the time comes, I might become a legendary figure and dominate the world. Yuelao laughed heartily. Boom! His attack was directly interrupted. At the crucial moment, the lava overlord rushed out with another abyssal demonic flaming fist, interrupting all his attacks. Wishful thinking. The lava overlord panted continuously and looked at him with eyes filled with hatred. The huge hole in its chest was also recovering bit by bit. Still trying to resist? What a joke. See if I don't shatter all your resistance. Yuelao sneered. In an instant, the eagle claw was activated once again. It was even more powerful, and he completely gained the upper hand. Fighting strength with strength, his speed was extremely fast, causing the lava overlord to feel that it was extremely difficult to deal with. Today, I'm taking the lava core. Damn it. Even if I have to die today, I'll drag you down with me. Seeing that Yuelao's attacks were getting more and more hurried, he probably wouldn't give him the last chance to drag it out. The lava overlord started to rage for the last time. Don't you know about the lava core? I'll show you the fury of the lava core now. His furious roar was still ringing in everyone's ears. In his chest that had yet to completely close, the incomparably huge magma heart actually started to shine crazily, igniting the energy contained within it. Then the lava overlord, which was originally at a complete disadvantage and was heavily injured, actually started to surge again, and its strength increased in an instant. Abyssal, demonic flaming fist. He let out another loud shout and punched out. This punch was even faster than before, and it was much faster than before. Yuelao had no time to dodge at all, and was directly hit by the punch. Boom! His entire chest caved in instantly, and his body was like a cannonball, creating a huge crack. The space that was hit by him completely shattered, forming a huge crack that looked extremely terrifying. You're crazy. You actually ignited the lava core. Even if you survive this, you won't be able to improve anymore. Yuelao's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, the lava overlord said furiously. It had already been forced into a corner by Yuelao and was completely enraged. Even if it had to ignite the lava core, it wouldn't hesitate. In order to kill Yuelao, everything was worth it. Damn beast, it doesn't matter if you die, but that lava core is something that I need to enter the myth realm. Leave it behind. Chapter 1929. Damn beast, it doesn't matter if you die, but that lava heart is something that I need to enter the legend realm. Leave it here. Yuelao was furious. He had long regarded the lava heart as his own. At this moment, the lava overlord was actually burning the lava heart. It was simply burning his heart. Boom! But before he could continue speaking, the lava overlord had already pounced over. At this moment, the lava overlord's eyes were already red and it had gone mad. Just like what it said. Even if it died, it would drag him down with it. It was as though it had gone mad. The lava overlord's entire body was like a burning flame. It smashed a huge hole in the space and directly pounced in front of Yuelao. Abyssal, demonic flame fist. It roared. It was enraged and crazy. Boom! Yuelao was once again blasted away. It was easy to attack and defend. In just an instant, the situation where Yuelao originally had the upper hand had changed. The lava overlord that had ignited the lava heart had used its future stagnant in exchange for its current powerful combat strength. Like a terrifying tyrant, a terrifying monarch, it crazily bombarded Yuelao. All the defenses that Yuelao had constructed were completely useless. They couldn't block it at all. It was as though they were on a completely different level. And as time passed, the wind domain was gradually suppressed by the lava overlord's flame domain. It even started to collapse bit by bit, causing Yuelao's advantage to be lost bit by bit. It became a disadvantage. Boom! 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 Yuelao's entire body was continuously blasted away by the enraged lava overlord like a rubber ball. And during this period, those experts from the floating mountain tried to rescue Yuelao. But the result was that they were instantly burned to ashes by the enraged lava overlord. Although the lava overlord couldn't do anything to Yuelao for a while and couldn't kill him completely, these experts, who were only at the peak of the profound life realm, were still as weak as ants in front of it. They were completely not its match. They were all killed, and under the lava, Yishuan opened his eyes wide and watched quietly. The outcome was about to be decided. No matter what the outcome was, it was only a moment before he made his move. He breathed slowly, expelling all distracting thoughts from his mind. He only had one chance, and he could only attack once. He was like a venomous snake in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Either he didn't attack, or he attacked to decide the outcome. As time ticked by, Elder Yu's aura grew weaker and weaker. Compared to his previous high spirits, he was now extremely weak. After so many attacks, he had already suffered heavy injuries. However, the lava overlord wasn't any better. After passing its peak, it started to weaken rapidly. At this time, both sides were competing in willpower. If Yuelao was killed first, then the lava overlord would win. However, if the lava overlord weakened first, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Both parties were very clear, including the lava overlord. This was the consequence of igniting the lava core. However, it had no other choice. At least it still had a chance to fight if it ignited the lava core. Otherwise, it would definitely die in Yuelao's hands. Both sides seemed to have gone mad as they kept attacking each other in the void, not giving each other any chance to catch their breath. It was as if both of them had gone mad, completely mad. Suddenly, an incomparably loud explosion could be heard in the void. The situation that seemed like it was going to continue was decided in an instant. However, both of them were completely still in the void. Yuelao's eagle claws grabbed the lava overlord's chest and pulled out its lava core. He smiled weakly and coldly. After waiting for a long time, this opportunity had finally arrived. Although the lava overlord's strength had increased greatly due to its rage, it had also lost its rationality. This gave him a great opportunity. The lava overlord's eyes widened in disbelief. Its millstone-like eyes reflected complete disbelief. It actually turned out to be like this in the end. The lava core was the core of its everything. To a life form like it, even if its head was bitten off, it could still be reborn. However, if its lava core was taken away, it would only mean death. Rumble! Then, after the lava overlord's lava core was taken away, its body quickly stiffened before it crumbled bit by bit and dissipated in the wind. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, cough! Yuelao laughed heartily and didn't care even if he coughed out blood. He had finally succeeded. Although he had paid a huge price, it was still worth it. As for the quota token, it wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. It should be said that it was only something that came along the way. He didn't come here just for these children's matters. In order to step into the myth realm, he was willing to do anything. As long as he could take another step forward, He would be able to break away from his current awkward realm and become one of the true rulers of the mystic world. Damn it, this beast deserves to die. However, he still felt exceptionally depressed when he saw that most of the lava core had been used up. If he hadn't acted in time, there might not even be this little left. However, it was still better than nothing. With the help of the lava core, it would be much easier for him to step into the legendary myth realm. He firmly grasped the lava core in his hand. Even if his palm was already burnt, he didn't care at all. A fanatical look slowly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Just as he was wondering where this feeling of extreme danger came from, all of a sudden, the entire magma began to boil crazily. Then, with a loud bang, it completely turned into a raging wave. Then an earth-shattering saber light leaped out of the magma and got closer and closer. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. He had never imagined that there would be such an attack at this time. He wasn't prepared at all. Even if he was prepared, it would be useless. In his current state, even a slightly stronger, profound death stage expert wouldn't be able to deal with him. Recovery. As a peak profound death stage expert, there was naturally no need to talk about his recovery ability. As long as he was given enough time, just a little bit of time, he would be able to recover. However, this enemy didn't give him that kind of time. Poochie! The blade light landed on his body. Almost in an instant, it blasted him into two halves. Blood immediately spurted out. Before he died, he finally figured it out. He had always felt that he had missed something, but he couldn't remember what it was. Now he finally realized what he had missed. It was that kid named Yi Shiwen. He must have missed him, which was why he was so uneasy. As expected, the magma slowly parted and a figure walked out from it, catching the lava core that had fallen. Who else could it be if not Yi Shiwen? He had originally thought that Yi Shiwen was already dead. At the very least, he should be seriously injured. Who knew that Yi Shiwen would be completely fine? In other words, he was completely fine just now. He had been hiding below and watching the battle between the two sides. Such a scheme was simply unimaginable. In other words, when he was scheming against the lava overlord, he had already been schemed against by Yi Shiwen. It was like hitting a goose for a lifetime. But in the end, the goose had pecked his eyes. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He was at the peak of the profound death stage. In the end, he was defeated by a fellow at the early profound death stage. He had originally thought that he was nothing, and that he could casually crush this fellow to death. However, in the end, he had actually dominated everything. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the last sentence that appeared in his mind. Yi Shiwen held the lava core in his hand. He could feel the terrifying and enormous energy within it. Even though the majority of the energy had already been consumed, it was only enough for Yuelao and the lava overlord, who were at the peak of the profound death stage. For Yi Shiwen, it was still quite a lot. With this lava core, Yuelao could even use it to step into the legend stage. For Yi Shiwen, even if there was only a small amount of energy left, it was still enough for him to step into the intermediate, profound death stage. For him, this was a huge harvest. There was nothing more important than this. Other than this, all of Yuelao's wealth had also fallen into his hands. As an expert at the peak of the profound death stage who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, one could imagine how rich his wealth was. Even though a large portion of it had been used for cultivation, the remaining portion still amounted to tens of millions of Xian pills. There were also too many other rare treasures to count. This made Yi Shiwen feel as if he had become rich overnight. The profound death realm initial stage and the profound death realm peak stage simply did not seem to be in the same realm. He had only obtained a few 100,000 Xian pills after killing the Tian and Xiao elders. Compared to Yuelao, who had tens of millions of Xian pills, they were simply not in the same realm. However, under normal circumstances, he would not have the idea of killing a peak profound death stage expert. That would be no different from seeking his own death. This was merely an accident. However, this accident allowed him to not have to worry about not having enough Xian pills in the short term. Many powerful auras were approaching from afar. Just now, before the lava overlord had died, it had summoned those ferocious beasts from the lava plain. Even though they were not as powerful as the lava overlord, they were still not something that Yi Shiwen could match up to. Without any hesitation, he parted the magma once again and directly headed towards the lava overlord's cave. This was an extremely wide cave. The gate, which was hundreds of meters tall, was made of an extremely rare metal. This gave Yi Shiwen a premonition that the wealth within the lava overlord's cave would far exceed his imagination. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed in. Chapter 1930. After opening up the lava overlord's lair, Yi Shiwen charged into it. It was extremely smooth. Although the lava overlord had left behind some formations, it was not a difficult task for Yi Shiwen. This kind of special life form was especially talented in certain aspects. However, their attainments in other aspects were not high. For example, the lava overlord's comprehension of the laws of fire could be said to be world-shaking. However, in the aspect of formations, it was just child's play in front of Yi Shiwen. However, with its cultivation, if it had not been eliminated by others, how could Yi Shiwen take advantage of it? When one's strength reached a certain level, even if it was just a minor aspect, it would still be able to display astonishing battle strength. Yi Shiwen glanced over, and the first thing that entered his eyes was a mountain of Xian cores, spirit crystals, and so on. All of them were scattered on one side. Even some bloodstains could be seen. It was completely conceivable that these should be the corpses of the experts of various clans who had mistakenly entered the lava overlord's territory and died tragically at his hands. Their wealth had all fallen into the hands of the lava overlord. Yi Shiwen roughly looked over. Although there were piles of Xian cores, there were slightly less than the amount of Xian cores that Yuelao had on him. There were less than 8 million in total. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. The lava overlord had an illustrious reputation, but it did not have so many Xian cores. Even after converting the spirit crystals, it was still not much. He naturally knew that the majority of them had probably been consumed by the lava overlord. However, what he did not know was that Yuelao could not possibly have so much wealth in the depths of the mountains. It was only because he had brought along other people that he had so much wealth with him. However, all of it had now become Yi Shiwen's. As for the lava overlord, it was unknown how many years it had taken for it to accumulate such wealth. After collecting all of these, the amount of Xian cores on Yi Shiwen's body had already exceeded 20 million. It could be said that he had become rich overnight. Even many peak profound Death Realm experts did not have such a net worth as Yi Shiwen. His net worth was almost comparable to those legendary figures. Of course, this was only in reference to the number of mysterious pills. The true wealth of those peak profound death stage experts were those rare natural treasures that could be sold for a high price in the outside world. In addition to these Xian cores, Yi Shiwen's biggest harvest was actually some secret techniques. Some of the secret techniques carried by some experts had fallen into the hands of the lava overlord over a long period of time. However, the lava overlord was a special life form, and all of its magical powers were innate abilities that could be automatically comprehended. So, it was impossible for it to learn these martial arts. However, this was a very big fortune for Yi Shiwen. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch techniques of various sects or clans. After learning these techniques, Yi Shiwen's battle prowess would rise to a whole new level. A martial art that could catch the eye of an existence like the lava overlord and be left behind naturally wouldn't be simple. However, at this time he had no time to study, so he could only put it aside for now. When the time came, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to study. In addition to these, there were also some natural treasures. These natural treasures could not be absorbed by an existence like the lava overlord, nor could it be digested. It could only be thrown here like rubbish, gathering dust. However, With Yi Shiwen's intervention, all of these natural treasures fell into his hands. There were also some top-grade natural treasures that could only grow in the lava plain. Dragon flame grass. This plant only grows in the deepest part of the lava. It only grows once every 10,000 years. Anyone who cultivates in fire attribute martial arts or magical powers would immediately rise to a new level after consuming it. TSK, if I sell it, wouldn't those who cultivate in fire attribute martial arts or magical powers go crazy? Yi Mo helped Yi Shiwen to check out these natural treasures. Even with his insight, there were only a few items that could catch the old man's eye. You have to keep this. If you swallow it, the Nanmingli fire within your body will immediately rise to a new level. It will have the ability to transform into a stronger flame. However, it's best to give it to that girl, Hua Menghan. For you, the Nanmingli fire is only a means of attack. However, for Hua Menghan, it is a means of life and death for her. If the Nanmingli fire within her body can transform again, then she will immediately climb to a new level. At that time, I'm afraid that no one in the same level would dare to surpass her. There's also this geocentric blazing flame lotus and 99 scorching sun grass. TSK, they're all good items that can only grow in such an extreme environment. Compared to ordinary heavenly treasures, they're many times more precious. For those who practice fire attribute martial arts, if you're willing to sell them, they'll be willing to go bankrupt to get them. Not only can they increase their cultivation, but they can also change their physique, making them more compatible with fire attribute laws. In the future, they'll be able to reach an even higher peak. In the end, their physique can even be compared to the lava overlord, a natural creature. Apart from these, although the other heavenly treasures were not bad, they were obviously not enough to enter Yumo's eyes when compared to the top-notch heavenly treasures produced in the lava plain. His eyes were so sharp that other heavenly treasures that were slightly inferior would also be fought over by others outside. To him, anything that could not be used was equivalent to trash. A smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. For him, these things were just the icing on the cake. In fact, it was very likely that they would conflict with the other martial arts he practiced. However, for Hua Menghan, these were good things. Hua Menghan had stimulated the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and her physique had also begun to move closer to that of the Phoenix clan. It was almost like those innate creatures that could use fire attribute martial arts and magical powers. The Phoenix clan was an innate divine beast that represented the fire attribute. One could well imagine the significance of these things for her. Perhaps it would be considered light if she were to step into the profound death realm on the spot. In addition to these natural treasures, there were also some broken magic tools. These were all broken magic tools that had once been used by experts who had fought against the lava overlord. Most of them still had traces of flame erosion. They should have been destroyed by the lava overlord. Although these magic tools weren't very valuable, the materials used to refine them were also considered rare. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't let them go and collected them all. After stepping into the profound realm, the wealth on his body had been consumed at an extremely fast pace. Every step forward would consume more than what he had originally calculated. In fact, it was a lot more than what he had originally calculated, especially after he had condensed his martial arts incarnation. The price to pay for possessing a powerful battle strength was that it would be much more difficult to cultivate compared to ordinary people. For him, no matter how much wealth he had, it wasn't enough. It was the same even if he had the Devil King's treasury. There were still a lot of gaps. Basically, he had to spend as much as he could. In addition to these, there was also Yi Shiwen's main objective for coming here this time, the nameless Tao College's entry token. It was a bronze token that exuded an ancient aura. It was unknown how many years of history it had. Its quality was already extraordinary. No matter how much Yi Shiwen probed it with his divine sense, it was useless. There was no way he could find out what kind of material this token was made of. However, What really surprised him was that the lava overlord's strength could be said to be at the peak. Unless a legendary figure took action, it would be impossible to do anything to it. But now this entry token had been placed here by someone from the nameless Tao College, and the lava overlord hadn't even sensed it. What kind of powerful means would be required to achieve such a feat? The power of the nameless Tao College was probably even more powerful than he had imagined. One could imagine just from the fact that they could easily accomplish something that he had thought impossible. However, no matter what, this token was his main objective for coming here. He immediately stored it in the Tianyuan mirror. At this time, he had already plundered all the wealth here. Other than those Xian cores and spirit crystals, the rest of the wealth could not be estimated at all, including the tens of millions of Xian cores that Yuelao had on him. Even though he had been used as cannon fodder and had been schemed against once, his gains far outweighed his losses. As for the yin-yang life and death power in the yin-yang diagram of life and death, he could slowly replenish it later. It did not affect his usage, and was not even worth mentioning when compared to these gains. In fact, Yi Shiwen even thought that if there was a need, there was no harm in being used as cannon fodder a few more times. Naturally, this was just a thought. He was very clear that his success this time was largely accidental and could not be replicated. Even if he had only faced an ordinary peak profound death realm expert, his strength was not something that Yi Shiwen, who had just stepped into the peak early profound death realm, could compare with. There was a high possibility that he would be killed if he were to do it again. After plundering all the wealth, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate at all. He immediately separated from the lava and rapidly escaped. Not long after he left the lava sea, he felt that many tyrannical auras had already descended in that area. There were some special and powerful existences in the lava plain. Even though they were not as powerful as the lava overlord, they were still tyrannical. If Yi Shiwen had been slightly slower, he would have been blocked by them, and the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. At this time, he did not have the mood to care about the movements of these lava creatures, and directly flew towards the place where Hua Menghan was staying. More than half of the gains this time were extremely important to Hua Menghan. He was also filled with joy and wanted to let Hua Menghan know as soon as possible. However, there was a slight feeling of unease in his heart. This feeling directly rushed into his heart and caused his heart to jump for no reason. At his level of cultivation, this kind of warning was definitely not groundless. It could only be that he had missed something previously. Thinking of this, he did not dare to stay any longer, and the speed at which the storm wings flapped behind him increased by a few notches. Chapter 1931. Above the sea of lava, Hua Menghan was under the onslaught of countless deviant flames. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. Her small face was strangely flushed, and the anger in her eyes seemed to be about to spit out. Her defenses were repeatedly broken by the heavenly fire young master, and she was forced to retreat again and again. I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Hua Menghan bit her lower lip and forced herself to sober up. She then said in an angry voice, "Such a person? What kind of person am I? Hua Menghan, do you think that you're a fairy? Everyone revolves around you for no reason. In fact, none of your pursuers don't have any ulterior motives." The heavenly fire young master's complexion was incomparably cold. He had already forced Hua Menghan into a corner, but he wasn't worried at all. "I can't compare to your despicable means." Hua Menghan was extremely angry. She clenched her silver teeth and said, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Even if Yi Shiwen had warned her before, she still fell into his trap. Perhaps she had never thought that he would be so despicable. Despicable? That's ridiculous. I didn't expect you to be so naive. The heavenly fire young master seemed to have thought of something funny. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Anyway, the more you try, the more the medicinal properties will penetrate into your body. It won't work. So don't struggle. I won't let you succeed even if I have to die. Hua Menghan said while gasping for breath. Humph, I know what you're waiting for. Are you still waiting for Yi Shiwen? It's useless. It's impossible for him to escape from Yuelao's palm. I think you should know about Yuelao's methods. If it weren't for the South Ming mythic fire inside of you, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. If I can get the South Ming mythic fire inside of you, I'll reach the consummate level. When that happens, I'll be able to step into the God-myth level and become the Sovereign Lord. If you submit to me now, then when I step into the Tao validation realm, I'll definitely benefit you. I'll rule over all creation, and you'll be the mother of all creation. Once I extract the South Ming mythic fire from you, I'll hand you over to the most despicable person in existence. You'll be humiliated for 1,000 years, or even 10,000. The words of the heavenly fire young master could be said to be malicious. His complexion was somewhat sinister. He couldn't restrain the anger in his heart as he thought of the humiliation that she and Yi Shiwen had brought upon him. It was as if he had been slapped in the face on the spot. Hua Menghan continued to resist in the face of the heavenly fire young master's pressure. Her body had already begun to sweat profusely. Every time she used her martial power to resist, it was extremely difficult for her. She understood that if this continued, then what he had said would become a reality. The Nanming mythical fire in her body continued to boil. It took the form of an angry phoenix and flew towards the sky. However, her imposing aura was getting weaker and weaker. She was being pressured by the heavenly fire young master. Her Nanming mythical fire could be said to be infinitely powerful. It was the innate magical power of the phoenix race. However, the heavenly fire young master's body was shouldering several kinds of unusual flames. The Nanming mythical fire couldn't display its full power in front of him. Moreover, the most important thing was that her martial power was gradually being sealed. In fact, she was gradually becoming muddle-headed. The heavenly fire young master wasn't in a hurry to press forward. He had already forced Hua Menghan to this extent. So, the only thing left to do was to push the boat with the current. There was no need to take any risks. If Hua Menghan was forced into a corner, then perhaps she would turn into a storm. Hua Menghan, you forced me to do this. Who does that kid think he is? How could he do this? The heavenly fire young master couldn't restrain his anger when Yi Shiwen was mentioned. His expression flickered with jealousy. Many people coveted Hua Menghan. However, how many people could be like Yi Shiwen and hold her hand the moment they met? The heavenly fire young master was no exception. This made him feel as if his dignity had been trampled on. I didn't want to act like this. I wanted to slowly obtain your heart. However, it doesn't matter now. Wait for my divine power to reach the great success stage. Then, I'll be unrivaled in the nameless Tao College. When that time comes, I'll become a legendary figure. You and that kid will be nothing more than a flash in the pan. The heavenly fire young master sneered. Everything was within his expectations. Despicable. You still want to compete with him? Don't even think about it. Hua Menghan clenched her teeth and spat out these words. Slut, you're so stubborn. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. When the time comes, let's see if you can still think of him when you're pleasuring yourself under my crotch. The heavenly fire young master's eyes were extremely sinister. A proud son of the heavens like him simply couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of disregard or contempt, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. How dare you? Heavenly fire young master, I'll take your life. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. The sound waves swept over like cannonballs, heading straight for the heavenly fire young master. The heavenly fire young master's expression changed greatly when he heard this voice. Impossible! How can you still be alive? He immediately reacted. According to the normal plan, he should have been killed by now. How could he appear here at this time? This was simply impossible. He continuously blasted out mystical flames to surround himself. The waves of sound blasted on his body and were immediately dissolved into nothingness. However, at this moment, a violent tearing sound came from the void. It was abnormally ear-piercing. Whoosh! A golden figure instantly appeared in front of him. He opened his eyes wide. This time, he was certain that he wasn't mistaken. Under that endless golden light, there was indeed an angry face. "I'll take your life." Yi Shiwen was like an angry dragon whose reverse scale had been touched when he saw Hua Menghan like this. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Immediately, the golden light that filled the sky transformed into a monstrous fist energy, which directly blasted into the void. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. The fist energy was like a spiral energy and directly blasted into the shield of the Heavenly Fire Young Master's mystical flames. These mystical flames were instantly smashed by Yi Shiwen and disappeared without a trace. These mystical flames wanted to burn Yi Shiwen, but it was useless. They couldn't even break the divinities on the surface of his body. Bang! The fist fiercely blasted into the Heavenly Fire Young Master's body. Suddenly, only a mournful sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Heavenly Fire Young Master's chest instantly caved in, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He tore a huge crack in the sky and flew far away. Die. Yi Shiwen's attack had not ended. In a fit of rage, Yi Shiwen suddenly stomped downwards as if he was going to destroy the world. The void completely collapsed under his stomp. Yi Shiwen ruthlessly stomped into the Heavenly Fire Young Master's body. The Heavenly Fire Young Master was like a cannonball and ruthlessly blasted into the sea of lava below. Splash! A loud sound was heard. The Heavenly Fire Young Master was completely submerged by the lava. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Yi Shiwen directly leapt into the sea of lava. The powerful aura that erupted from his body instantly vaporized the lava within a 100-mile radius and revealed a huge hole. The phantom of the Heavenly Fire Young Master was revealed. At this time, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine that he would be attacked by Yi Shiwen. It could be said that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Regardless, he had already stepped into the profound death stage. He had never imagined that there would actually be a day where he would be beaten to such an extent where he was unable to retaliate against a young expert of the same generation. This had completely destroyed all the confidence and pride in his heart. He was already so furious because of Yi Shiwen's declaration of sovereignty. In essence, it was because of his pride and confidence. He would not allow anyone to provoke him. Anyone who provoked him would have to die. Yi Shiwen had used 2 attacks to directly shatter his confidence and pride. At this moment, he finally felt fear. The man before him could really kill him. Moreover, he was unable to retaliate at all. Although they were both at the initial profound death stage, the gap between him and Yi Shiwen was like the difference between clouds and mud. They did not seem to be on the same level. The fist incarnation was faintly discernible behind Yi Shiwen. Its body carried a powerful aura, like an Asura that had crawled out of hell. He had already completely released the anger in Yi Shiwen's heart, erupting like a volcano. He forcefully endured the injuries on his body. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Trying to leave? Do you think you can leave? Isn't it a little too late to leave now? Yi Shiwen's ice-cold tone did not contain the slightest emotion. He was just like a robot. Swish! His large hand suddenly appeared. It expanded in the air, growing larger and larger. Then it swatted down like he was swatting a fly. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Heavenly Fire Young Master was directly smashed. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body split into pieces on the spot. In his rage, Yi Shiwen did not hold back at all. He directly smashed the Heavenly Fire Young Master's body into pieces, causing him to instantly suffer heavy injuries. Humph! Yi Shiwen's attack was like a tidal wave. He did not stop. His large hand was like a heavenly net as it grabbed towards the heavenly fire young master. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out. The heavenly fire young master screamed miserably as he was clawed into a bloody mist. They were both at the initial profound death stage. However, he had not been able to put up any decent resistance against Yi Shiwen's attacks. In the beginning, he had been caught unprepared. Later on, he had purely wanted to escape. In the end, he had been directly clawed to death by Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1932. Inside the Tianyuan mirror, a beautiful woman was in his arms. A delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Her white jade-like arms were tightly wrapped around Yi Shiwen's neck. Her tender body was like a water snake and was tightly wrapped around his waist. "Help me." A delicate fragrance rushed into his nose. The originally fairy-like woman was quietly nestling in his arms. Boom! Hua Minghan's words were like a flood that finally broke through the dam and completely destroyed the last trace of reason in Yi Shiwen. Her blue robe peeled off, revealing her smooth and tender jade-like skin. Yi Shiwen bowed his head and kissed her charming lips. Suddenly, he saw Hua Minghan's eyes wide open and motionlessly staring at him. "What's wrong?" Yi Shiwen stopped and asked, "I want to see you clearly. I want to see everything clearly." After saying this, Hua Minghan took the initiative to kiss his lips and pushed him down under her body. The two of them slowly intertwined and blended together. It seemed as if they were mutually venting their feelings. Hundreds of years of loneliness had been comforted at this moment. Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed, but the ball of light finally dispersed. Yi Shiwen was standing in midair, and beside him, Hua Minghan was nestled up against him. She was wearing a cyan dress, and she didn't look like a celestial maiden anymore. Instead, she looked more like a shy and helpless little bird. "Your heavenly tribulation is coming." This intercourse between the spirit and the body was extremely beneficial for both sides. Yi Shiwen already had the dual cultivation method in his hands, but he had never tried it. He could feel that the power in his body was faintly erupting like a volcano, and it was about to enter the dual cultivation method. However, for the time being, he forcibly suppressed the volcanic eruption feeling and integrated it into his foundation. Compared to his benefits, Hua Minghan's benefits were even more direct. After fusing with the geocentric blazing fire, 9-9 flaming sungrass and dragon flame grass, her physique had become a pure flame physique. It was even purer than the lava lord, which was an innate fire elemental creature. Her control over the Nanming mythical fire had reached a whole new level. Most importantly, Hua Minghan, who had already stepped into the peak of profound life realm, was finally going to welcome her heavenly tribulation of profound death realm. "Well, I'll go cross the tribulation first," Hua Minghan said gently. She seemed to have completely let go of herself and completed a transformation, both physically and spiritually. As soon as Hua Minghan came out of the space of Tianyuan mirror, the heavenly tribulation immediately sensed her. Suddenly, a burst of rumbling sound came from afar, and tribulation clouds began to condense in the void. The multicolored tribulation cloud looked like a giant marshmallow, but the flickering lightning within it told everyone that it was an extremely dangerous existence. Yi Shiwen used his divine sense to scan and knew that this was the 5 elements thunder tribulation. He had once encountered such a heavenly tribulation, but it was a mixed type of heavenly tribulation, and the 5 elements thunder tribulation was only a part of it. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation that Hua Minghan had encountered was far from being comparable to Yi Shiwen's. Although it was far beyond the ordinary people could accept it, but compared to Yi Shiwen, heavenly tribulation clouds was. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. For an ordinary person, the 5 elements thunder tribulation was already considered as an extreme heavenly tribulation. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could encounter. However, the heavenly tribulations that he had encountered were more ferocious and more exotic than the previous one. It was as if they were targeting him. Of course, he had often used them to deal with his enemies. However, if this heavenly tribulation wasn't ferocious, then it wouldn't have such an exaggerated effect on an ordinary person, even if it had been upgraded to a higher level. It could be considered as having mixed advantages and disadvantages. As the saying goes, heaven will never bar all ways. Heaven will always leave a glimmer of hope for you. Wallalala! The heavenly tribulation didn't wait for long and directly fell down. The first one to fall was the E with divine thunder. All kinds of wood-attributed divine thunder fell down. But for Hua Menghan, this was the easiest. She didn't even move. Her Nanming fire was constantly burning around her body. These Iwood divine thunder simply couldn't get close to her, although it was a heavenly tribulation. But after all, it was wood attributed, so her Nanming fire was able to restrain it. This level was almost not difficult at all. On the contrary, these Iwood divine thunder were absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body. Previously, Yi Shiwen had told her that he could absorb the heavenly tribulation clouds for cultivation, so Hua Menghan began to try it. Yi Shiwen's tyrant body was unparalleled, and its tyrannical strength was enough to kill a dragon. However, Hua Menghan's heavenly phoenix body was not bad either. According to legend, Heavenly Phoenix was also considered as an imperial family in the Phoenix race. Hua Menghan had awakened her heavenly Phoenix body, so even if her body was not good at the same aspect as her tyrant form, it was still possible for her to have such a strong physique. These Iwood divine thunder were constantly being melted and then directly digested into her body. Yi Shiwen could sense that Hua Menghan's aura was becoming more and more powerful. The heavenly tribulation didn't weaken her. On the contrary, it made her more and more powerful. Even though he knew that Hua Menghan had a 90% chance of success, but he still didn't dare to relax. So, he still had to watch from the sidelines. If something unexpected happened, then even if it would trigger the heavenly tribulation, he would still have to intervene. Wallalala! The divine thunder of wood of E soon came to an end. Soon, it entered the second phase of the heavenly tribulation, the divine thunder of earth of Wu. All kinds of earthy yellow divine thunder of earth of Wu pounced down. Each divine thunder of earth of Wu was like a huge mountain crashing down. When it landed on the surface of the magma, it would set off huge waves, as if it could destroy everything. It was even more terrifying than the E with divine thunder. More or less, it could pose some threat to Hua Menghan. However, she was no longer the same as she was in the past. After completing the dual cultivation with Yi Shiwen, her strength could not be said to be weak. In fact, it had far surpassed the peak of the profound life stage. Even the 5 elements lightning tribulation, which could already be considered as a heavenly tribulation that would cause ordinary people to pale at the mere mention of it, was basically nothing to her. After the 5th earth divine thunder was the more difficult divine water divine thunder. These heavenly tribulations weren't static. On the contrary, the heavenly tribulation would increase by a level with each heavenly tribulation. Originally, the divine water divine thunder should have restrained Hua Menghan's attribute. However, everything was different after she had transformed into a pure fire attribute. That was because the attribute restraints in this world were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. There was no absolute in this world. The more extreme one was, the more it was like this. Water could restrain fire, but conversely, fire could also restrain water. Hua Menghan didn't become flustered even in the face of the divine water divine thunder. After that, the gung metal divine lightning rained down from the sky. The gung metal divine lightning directly turned into huge weapons. There were 18 different types of weapons. All of them were divine weapons that seemed capable of sweeping through everything in the world. Hua Menghan didn't hold back. She immediately took out the Nanming fire and directly refined the 7th metal divine thunder on the spot. These countless pure 7th metal divine thunder were refined by her into a golden long sword. This long sword was shining with golden light. It was dazzling. When she wore it on her body, it didn't seem to reduce her otherworldly appearance. Instead, it seemed to add a bit of heroic spirit. As these gung metal divine thunders were directly refined by Hua Menghan, the thunder tribulation of the gung metal divine thunders also passed very quickly. Soon, only the last gung fire divine thunders were left. For her, this was not a problem at all. These gung fire divine thunders could not cause any harm to her. On the contrary, she absorbed all of them to strengthen her Nanmingli fire. The huge fire phoenix behind her gradually began to condense and take shape. It was no longer the original vague appearance. It was becoming more and more clear. It was enough to show that her control over the Nanmingli fire had climbed to a whole new level. After a long time, when the third fire divine thunder was completely absorbed, this time's heavenly tribulation finally came to an end. Hua Menghan could be said to be daunting, but not dangerous throughout the entire heavenly tribulation. This also made Yi Shiwen heave a sigh of relief. He was still a little worried. According to the standard of his heavenly tribulation, the probability of Hua Menghan crossing it was simply less than 1 in 10. It could even be said that the probability didn't exist at all, especially when he was crossing the heavenly tribulation of the profound death realm. He was almost crossing the heavenly tribulation according to the standard of the profound death realm. If he hadn't taken the first step into the profound death realm, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. After the heavenly tribulation was finally over, the aura on Hua Menghan's body continued to swell. It should be said that the aura on Hua Menghan's body had already become increasingly powerful when she started to absorb the third with divine thunder. Her entire body was flickering with a green aura. However, at this very moment, this enormous power seemed to be completely unable to be restrained as it gushed out. Like a mountain torrent erupting, it could not be contained. Step by step, it climbed towards the peak of the profound life stage, bit by bit, and began to charge towards the profound death stage. Boom! 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 The aura on her body continuously exploded. Yi Shiwen did not take action. He only quietly watched. At this moment, no one could help her. She could only overcome it by herself in order to cross it. Moreover, this was related to her foundation after entering the profound death realm. She could not rely on the help of others. Finally, after a long time, the aura on her body and the real Yuan seemed to have accumulated to a certain extent. Facing a final eruption, she instantly broke through the barrier of the profound death realm and directly stepped into the profound death realm initial stage in a single breath. However, her current realm was still not stable. She still needed a period of time to stabilize it. After all, not everyone could fight like Yi Shiwen while stabilizing their realm at the same time. Hua Menghan directly entered the Tianyuan mirror to consolidate her cultivation. This required a period of closed-door training. Yi Shiwen also temporarily postponed his breakthrough. Now that he had obtained Hua Menghan's entry token, he could go to the nameless Tao Academy to take a look. This mysterious Tao Academy had shaken the profound world for countless years. Chapter 1933. The nameless Tao Academy was known as the most mystical place in the Xian world, nurturing generations of Xian world experts. Most of the big and small forces in the Xian world originated from the nameless Tao Academy. It could be said that the martial arts of the world came from the nameless Tao Academy. Although it was nameless, it was the most famous holy land of martial arts. Every time the nameless Tao Academy opened, it was an earth-shattering event. There were 4 ancient cities surrounding the nameless Tao Academy. Every time the nameless Tao Academy opened, there were far more than just 100 disciples. In fact, many experts would come, and even some famous big shots would come in person, hoping to obtain something. Moreover, it was impossible for them to enter the nameless Tao Academy. Over time, the 4 great ancient cities were formed. Every time the nameless Tao Academy opened, the 4 great ancient cities would also reopen, and once again become a boiling cauldron of voices. Moreover, there were no ordinary people coming and going, only top-notch experts. This time was no exception. Although the nameless Tao Academy had yet to open, the 4 great ancient cities were already packed with people and a hubbub of voices. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as he gazed at the South city walls that were just inches away from him. He had come out of the lava plain and followed the direction of the nameless Tao Academy, but he had encountered more than one ambush along the way. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death several times. Although he knew that he was not invincible among his peers, he was not a pushover either. However, if he were to encounter those old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he would not have the slightest chance of winning. Facing those existences who had cultivated for tens or even hundreds of times longer than him, their cultivation had already reached an unimaginable realm. Although these old monsters had no use for the entry tokens, they all had juniors, and everyone wanted their juniors to enter the nameless Tao Academy to study. At first, Yi Shiwen didn't understand why these old monsters were able to find him so accurately every time. However, after being ambushed so many times, Yi Shiwen unexpectedly learned that the nameless Tao colleges people had already tampered with the quota token. As long as one had a special method, they could discover the existence of the quota token. Otherwise, 100 entry tokens in the entire profound world battlefield would be no different from a drop of water in the ocean, and finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if one had a special method, they would be able to trace the location of the entry token. Previously, the Floating Mountains Heavenly Fire Young Master and Yuelao had used this method to find the entry token in the Lava Overlord's lair. In fact, they weren't even the first batch. The people who had injured the Lava Overlord had come to search for the entry token. However, they hadn't succeeded and had retreated. For those who possessed special techniques in the profound world battlefield, obtaining an entry token was no different from being a firefly in the dark night, incomparably dazzling and unavoidable. Even with Yi Shiwen's strength, he had to escape several times. He had even encountered several groups of experts at the peak of the profound death realm. These old monsters had gone crazy for the sake of their juniors entering the nameless Tao Academy. Only by entering the 4 ancient cities could one avoid being hunted down. There were experts from the nameless Tao Academy overseeing the ancient cities. Therefore, even if the experts from the nameless Tao Academy had intentionally arranged for this, it was impossible for them to do such a thing right under their noses. The nameless Tao Academy selection of people seemed to be completely random and depended entirely on luck. However, the real test for the nameless Tao Academy should be in the period from obtaining the entry token to entering the ancient cities. Some people were strong enough to kill all their enemies and were invincible. There were also some people who had the backing of a colossus, and no one dared to provoke them. Each had their own reasons. Those who could successfully enter the ancient cities were all outstanding individuals. It was possible that during this process, the entry token had already passed through many hands. The original owner had already been buried in the battlefield, and no one knew. Even if it was pure luck, to be able to reach the ancient city without anyone bumping into him was already heaven-defying luck. With such heaven-defying luck, even a pig would have limitless achievements in the future. This kind of person was commonly known as a protagonist. Even if he was a pig, he would still be a flying pig. No ordinary person could compare to him. Along the way, Yi Shiwen had encountered more than a dozen groups of people chasing after him. The weakest were at the profound death realm intermediate stage. Even so, Yi Shiwen was unable to defeat them, let alone those at the profound death realm pinnacle stage. He had fled in a sorry state all the way to this ancient city, Fallen Moon City. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but laugh at himself. After stepping into the profound death realm, he had become a little high-spirited. He had the illusion that all the heroes of the world were helpless against him. Even Jun Dingtian, a powerful enemy, was defeated by him. Even if Jun Dingtian was at his peak, Yi Shiwen had the confidence to fight him. However, what use was that? He was still being chased like a stray dog. In just a short month, he had completely sobered up. So what if he was truly invincible among his peers? There were many old monsters in the world who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Compared to them, he was still so immature. Moreover, even among the younger generation, he wasn't considered invincible. Moreover, his opponents were all at the mythical realm, regardless of whether it was the abyssal demon master or the divine union leader. They were all considered invincible existences in the mythical realm. He simply didn't have the qualifications to look up to them. All of a sudden, he curbed his originally somewhat arrogant thoughts. However, it also strengthened his resolve to rush straight to the peak of martial arts. Even if he had to become the enemy of the world, he would still carve out a path of blood. There were long traces of weathering on the walls of Fallen Moon City. These were the marks of time. Even though it had been fixed by an ancient array formation, there were still traces of time left behind after countless years, apart from the gods who could be immortal. In the entire Fallen Moon City, numerous valiant auras were faintly discernible, like tigers in hiding. Just the feeling alone was enough to give people the illusion of devouring the world. These were the hidden, peerless experts of the various races. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen discovered that many experts seemed to be discussing something at the city gate. These experts were at least at the profound life realm and above. There were simply no experts of the King Division present. There were even many existences at the peak of the profound life realm, and there was no lack of powerful existences at the early stage of the profound death realm. Yi Shiwen walked over and saw that everyone had surrounded the city gate. Yi Shiwen's keen senses told him that the city gate had actually been surrounded by an array formation. However, this array formation was extremely ingenious. It could be said that it had been set up by a great array formation master. If Yi Shiwen hadn't comprehended the great ghost heart flame formation and deduced it at the same time, he wouldn't have been able to detect it so easily. He could detect it with just a glance. Ha, this is interesting. This person is interesting. On the city wall, an eagle that was taller than a human was staring at Yi Shiwen. However, his aura was restrained. If it weren't for his huge body, he really wouldn't have been any different from an ordinary eagle. Yi Shiwen immediately felt a sharp consciousness sweep over his body. He immediately looked over and saw that the top of the city wall was empty. There was clearly no one there, but Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that someone was spying on him. There's an array formation. Yi Shiwen immediately reacted. The current him could be said to be unrivaled among his peers in the field of array formation. He could be called a master. Although he couldn't see through it with a glance, he could still easily see through it. Oh, he discovered me? The eagle was slightly surprised. He had observed these people through the array formation, but this was the first time he had been discovered. This person is quite interesting. Yi Shiwen seems to be a human being. It has been a long time since a peerless figure has emerged from the human bloodline in the Xian world. This is a bit interesting. A strange smile flashed across the corner of the eagle's mouth. Suddenly, the void distorted violently. Then, a middle-aged man strode out. You're still like this. What's the point of setting up such an array formation? The middle-aged man seemed to be unable to understand. How can a boring person like you understand this kind of thing? The eagle said with a slight smile, flashing across the corners of his mouth. It's obviously your own bad taste. With your strength, even if you set up the array formation casually, it is impossible for these ordinary people to see through it. The middle-aged man looked helplessly at this old friend of his. Even if 10,000 years passed, this kind of bad taste wouldn't change. That's not necessarily true. If someone takes a look at the array formation that I set up, they will be able to detect that something is wrong. The eagle said, Impossible. Those ordinary people have ordinary eyes. How can they detect your array formation? They must have suffered a loss to be able to detect it. The middle-aged man simply didn't believe that someone could detect that something was wrong with just a glance. Even if it was just a detection and not breaking through the array formation, it was still very amazing. A master of array formation like this eagle could casually set up an array formation that could communicate with heaven and earth and integrate with heaven and earth. It was simply impossible for people to see through it. Even if someone accidentally broke into it, in the end, very few people would be able to recognize it. Many people went one round inside and came out, not knowing what was going on. There really is such a person. That's why I said that this time's newcomers are quite interesting. They are much more interesting than our batch. That old guy spent his entire life to calculate this. In this world, there must be someone who can prove the Tao. I want to see who in the end can prove the Tao in this world. Chapter 1934. There are a lot of outstanding newcomers this time. Didn't many people think highly of Jun Dingtian? The reincarnation of a deity is much more difficult than an ordinary person's. But isn't that the case? Once you cross over, you will be able to prove your Tao. If you can't overcome the obstacles in your heart, you will never be able to make any progress in your life. The eagle squinted his eyes and said, his demeanor was no different from that of an ordinary eagle. Isn't it because of this? The difficulty is decided by a single thought. But for us, it's really difficult to prove our Tao. The middle-aged man sighed and said, however, if others were to find out that the once invincible golden-winged rock king has actually become like this, I wonder what kind of emotions they would have. The old eagle glanced at the middle-aged man and said, time is like a knife, and every slash of it kills us. In the past, who among us has ever taken these words to heart? The time has come, the year has come, and we have no choice but to accept it. In this great era, this should be our last chance. If we can't seize this opportunity and leap over the dragon gate, then we can only wait in fear and turn into a cup of dirt. Ha ha ha, you're lying. How can a dignified golden rock king be afraid of death? The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a smile, what do you mean by not afraid of death? Who is not afraid of death? It's just a nice way to put it. Those who are truly not afraid of death are those who have nothing to live for. But do such people really exist? I don't believe it. The eagle shook his head and said, no matter what, I won't let go of this last chance. In this world, there must be someone who can prove his Tao. But he never said that the person who can prove his Tao must be one of those people. We also have a chance. Yes, yes, even ants want to live, let alone us. The middle-aged man laughed and said. The eagle glanced at him, then directly spread its wings and flew into the air. It flew further and further away and slowly disappeared. That middle-aged man also shook his head and laughed involuntarily. Then he slowly disappeared in the air. However, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Shiwen before leaving. Even the golden-winged rock king is surprised by this man. Who is he? It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that sharp gaze disappear again. He couldn't help but be vigilant. Luoyua City was indeed worthy of being one of the few satellite cities of the nameless Tao College. It was indeed very impressive. It was just a city gate, and there was such an expert. For him, this was tantamount to ringing alarm bells. He must not be too complacent. What should I do? Damn it! Who set up this array? If I find out, I will definitely twist his head and kick it like a ball. The one who spoke was a pig. It was a huge wild boar. It seemed to have used the magical power of the law world to shrink its body. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen could see at a glance that its body was more than 100 meters tall. It could be called a colossus. This wild boar was clearly a variant species. It was unknown whether it was from the demon race or some other race. Its body emitted a valiant aura. Its cultivation was at the peak of the profound life stage. Even among the experts present, it was not weak. Don't tell me that we have to hurry to other cities if this continues? If that's the case, won't we lose all our face? Exactly. Damn it. Isn't there a master among you who is known to be proficient in arrays? Why isn't there even a fart? At this moment, a huge golden lion with 3 heads could not help but curse. Its mood could be said to have plummeted after being blocked outside. There were a few people in the crowd who were known to be proficient in arrays. They could not help but become abnormally embarrassed when they heard those words. Hatred flickered in their eyes. Those who could be here could be said to be the pride of the heavens in their respective factions. When had they ever been humiliated like this? It was only because of the deterrence of the golden lion that they did not say anything. This lion was extremely powerful. Its profound death stage cultivation was enough to sweep through an area and look down on all living things. Yi Shiwen, what's wrong? A flame flickered beside Yi Shiwen. Within the flame, Hua Minghan's figure gradually became clear. After more than a month of consolidation, she had completely stabilized her cultivation. Therefore, there was no need for her to continue closed-door training. Just when everyone was talking about this, suddenly, the 3-headed golden lion suddenly turned its 3 heads and looked at Hua Menghan, who was standing beside Yi Shiwen. You have the smell of a quota token on you. Obediently hand it over. The 3-headed golden lion narrowed its long and narrow eyes with a cold expression. It was full of power. The moment the words quota token came out, everyone was immediately in an uproar. They had risked their lives to come to Fallen Moon City. In fact, wasn't it to see if there were any treasures that they could pick up and enter the nameless Tao College? Now that the woman in front of them had a quota token on her, it was naturally extraordinary for them. Sure enough, everyone quickly used their probing methods. Sure enough, they sensed the aura of the quota token on Hua Minghan's body. This kind of aura was the work of an almighty expert from the nameless Tao College. It was said that it was a technique passed down from ancient times. It was impossible to remove unless a myth realm expert personally removed it. However, if such an expert was escorting her, would there be a need to be afraid of others having designs on this token? Therefore, for ordinary people, the aura of this quota token was simply unexplainable. However, once they discovered it, they would know that it was genuine. Hua Menghan's face suddenly turned cold. In order to obtain this token, she had gone through many twists and turns. How could she let others take it away? Hand it over. This is not something that a puny human like you is qualified to possess. That's right. Obediently hand it over. Otherwise, when the time comes, your life will be in danger. Suddenly, everyone started talking at once. In any case, at this time, the 2 of them were the target of public criticism. Even a profound life realm expert dared to yell at Hua Minghan. You want to die? Yi Shiwen suddenly said indifferently. His voice instantly spread to everyone's ears. Everyone could easily feel the coldness in his tone. For more than a month, it could be said that he had been hunted down like a stray dog. He had been in a constant state of anxiety. The resentment in his heart had long accumulated to a considerable extent. Arrogant, do you want to go against all of us by yourself? Audacious human, you're courting death. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. These people were frightened by Yi Shiwen's words. However, they immediately started to curse him one after another. For them, this was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. They had been frightened by a human being. It was an incredible shame and humiliation. Humph, what's there to be arrogant about? If you have the ability, come out and fight. I happen to be in a bad mood. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Yi Shiwen sneered as he stared at these people. His gaze was like an ice-cold knife as it swept across their bodies. Human, you really don't know the difference between life and death. It's difficult for you to fight against so many people with 2 fists. Obediently hand over the quota token, or else your life will be in danger. Suddenly, an erratic voice sounded out from the crowd, and it was cold and sharp. However, it was unknown who had spoken this voice. Yi Shiwen frowned. Someone wanted to provoke these people to come and fight for the quota token. It was simply the idea of the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Sure enough, after these people heard this, they suddenly became a lot more courageous and eager to try. The idea that the law does not punish the masses had existed since ancient times. It was not unique to a certain ethnic group. "Who is it? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me," Yi Shiwen shouted in a cold voice. "You're just a trivial human. Do you really think that you're an ancient god? That you can fight with whoever you want?" The voice appeared again and said. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen moved instantly. His whole body erupted with countless golden energy, like a golden god. Boom! With a sudden stomp, his whole body flew out in an instant. The ground under his feet directly shattered on the spot. His whole body was like a mountain as he fell down. It was earth-shattering and incomparably terrifying. As he moved, Yi Shiwen's big hand directly grabbed towards the crowd. However, he saw a black figure in the crowd. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had made a move without hesitation, and that his first move was such a terrifying scene, he was immediately shocked and had a look of disbelief on his face. He had used the secret technique of his tribe. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Even experts at the Profound Death Realm Intermediate Stage or Profound Death Realm Advanced Stage would find it difficult to detect his secret technique. Who knew that it would be discovered by Yi Shiwen? It was simply an indescribable miracle. Yi Shiwen's big hand was getting closer and closer, and directly grabbed towards the black figure. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it was extremely fast. And here I thought that it was some kind of coward. If you want the quota token, then use your life to exchange for it. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent, and his big hand continued to grab. Bang! The black figure directly punched out, wanting to block Yi Shiwen's attack. Boom! However, the black figure's fist and Yi Shiwen's big golden hand collided fiercely. A terrifying aura swept out, like a raging wave hitting the shore, and shattered in all directions. However, in the instant that they clashed, the black figure's entire arm fell off on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. It was unknown what race this black figure belonged to, and it looked extremely strange. Everyone's expression changed greatly. The black figure was not weak. The martial arts that he had blasted out contained the power of death. It was very obvious that he had already stepped into the profound death realm, and his strength was above the majority of people. However, he could not even block a single move from Yi Shiwen, and his entire arm was directly blown off. Yi Shiwen's strength was simply tyrannical and abnormal.